Chapter 1088. In the name of the martial god, I summon the spirits of the world! Converge! And Nanjing's voice was still resounding when a shocking scene appeared. Countless strands of green energy suddenly appeared within the pocket of space, and they surged incessantly into Nanjing. At the same time, Nanjing's body started to grow larger. In less than 2 breaths of time, she was almost 30 m tall, and she seemed like a towering titan. The spirit of the world. Wu Yuan suddenly stood up while his figure shook, and his voice was trembling. She actually possesses the martial god physique. She actually can use that move. How could this be possible? Han Yu had stood up as well, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Besides them, Su Shihe and Su Fan were looking at Nanjing with disbelief as well. The martial god physique. It was ranked at the tune position amongst all the unique physiques of the world. It had only appeared once in the entire history of the radiant dimension, and it belonged to the number 1 expert of the radiant dimension at that time, the founding ancestor of the martial sect. Yang Yi and Shi Wuxian were stunned, because they didn't know anything about the martial god physique. At this moment, Nanjing was already almost 60 m tall. She looked down at Jun Hualuo, who was stunned by this scene as well, and she didn't speak a single word before slamming her fist forward. Stop! Su Fan's expression changed drastically, and he waved his right hand with the intention of lending Jun Hualuo a hand. Meanwhile, Su Shihe suddenly obstructed his path. What, you intend to be a swine? Fuck off! Su Fan was furious, and he was about to act anyway when a rumbling explosion suddenly resounded from the arena. After that, the entire arena actually started to tremble. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the arena. At this moment, Jun Hualuo had been instantly obliterated by Nanjing's punch. At the same time, the pocket of space seemed as if it wasn't able to endure the might of Nanjing's punch, and it started to shatter into pieces. In next to no time, the arena transformed into powder before their eyes, and Nanjing had appeared within their fields of vision. At this moment, Nanjing was still like a titan. You killed Hualuo. Su Fan's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he suddenly slapped his palm towards Nanjing. A huge palm tore through space and slammed forcefully towards Nanjing. Su Shihe and Yan Ye's faces fell, and they were about to act when Nanjing suddenly said, "I'll do it." As soon as she spoke, the space before her actually started to crack apart, and then she clenched her right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Su Fan's attack was instantly obliterated, and then Nanjing's fist arrived before Su Fan. Su Fan's expression changed drastically as he overlapped his palms and slapped them forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the spectators watched with astonishment as Su Fan's figure was blasted flying. In the end, he collided with the pavilion behind him, and it shook violently yet remained completely unharmed. Not only the others, even Yang Yi was stunned by this scene. Nanjing is actually so strong. Nanjing took a step forward and was about to attack again. However, she suddenly frowned, and then countless strands of green energy seeped out from within her and dispersed into the surroundings. As for Nanjing herself, she quickly returned to normal, and she clearly seemed extremely weak. Her countenance was ghastly pale, and she couldn't even stand properly. So, Yan Yi hurriedly went over to her and took her in his arms. Yan Yi quickly withdrew a violet crystal and fed it to her before he spoke gently. Are you all right? And Nanjing shook her head slightly. Am I strong? Yan Yi grinned. Very strong. If you transform before fighting me, then it'll definitely be blasted flying. He wasn't lying because he couldn't fight Nanjing in that state even if he utilized the Brink laws. An imperceptible arc curled up on the corners of Nanjing's lips. Meanwhile, Yan Yi added, That strength you possessed just now didn't seem to be physical strength, but it was even stronger than physical strength. Those were the energy of the world. It's a move that the 1st martial god created, and it converged the energy hidden within the world for one's own use. For example, the energy of wind, water, wood, earth. In short, I can use any energy that exists within the world. And Nanjing spoke softly. In that state, it's equivalent to using all the energy that can be used within this world. So that's what it was. Yan Yi nodded lightly and asked, Can I do the same? She shook her head. I think only someone with my physique can accommodate all those types of energy. What a pity! Yang Yi thought to himself. Yan Yi was about to speak when Su Fan's ferocious voice suddenly resounded from afar. You actually killed Hualuo! Die! As soon as Su Fan's voice resounded, Yan Yi turned around and instantly saw a huge palm tear through space towards him. Su Shurha was about to act when an old man in linen robes suddenly appeared before him and Nanjing, and then the old man slammed his fist at the huge energy palm. Bang! The palm shook violently and dispersed in midair. Wu Yuan! Su Shurha was slightly surprised, but it didn't take long for him to recall something, and his expression instantly became unsightly to the extreme. Wu Yuan! Su Fan spoke with a ferocious expression on his face. This is an internal affair of my White Deer Academy. It has nothing to do with your martial sect. It doesn't? Wu Yuan laughed coldly. That was true before this. But it's related to my martial sect from now on. Su Fan, I've already received an order from my sect master. If anyone dares to touch her from now on, then that person is an enemy of my martial sect. Wu Yuan's tone eased up slightly at this point and said, Su Fan, I have no intention to go against your law faction. So, please give me some face and don't make things difficult for her. Then are you telling me that Hualuo died for nothing? Su Fan spoke ferociously. Wu Yuan, this is White Deer Academy nor your martial sect. Wu Yuan spoke indifferently. Since it's like that, then make your move. Su Fan clenched his fist tightly and was about to attack. Suddenly, Su Shurha said, Wu Yuan, this really is my White Deer Academy's business, and my scholarly faction will be responsible for her safety until the end. You don't have to get concerned for nothing. Yan Yi's group of 3 were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What exactly is going on? Meanwhile, Han Yu suddenly appeared in front of Yan Yi and Nanjing. Han Yi's gaze descended onto Nanjing, who was resting in Yan Yi's arms, and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Han Yu, an outer court elder of the Devil Path. Right, that isn't the main point. The main point is that I just received a message from my sect master. So long as you agree, he'll take you as his disciple right now. You just have to agree, and no one will dare to touch you from now on. Besides that, shut up. Meanwhile, Su Shurha and Wu Yuan shouted furiously at the same time. Su Shurha glanced at Wu Yuan and Han Yu. She's from my White Deer Academy. Su Shurha, even you are acting shamelessly now? Wu Yuan laughed coldly. She's clearly from Ocean of Clouds Academy. When did she become a member of White Deer Academy? Ocean of Cloud Academy belongs to my White Deer Academy's scholarly faction. Su Shurha spoke solemnly. She's naturally a student of my White Deer Academy. What nonsense! Wu Yuan suddenly shouted. Based on what you said, doesn't that mean everyone who practices in the martial Tao is a disciple of my martial sect? I'm not going to waste my breath on you. The experts of my martial sect are on the way, and it'll take 30 breaths of time at most for them to get here. At that time, we'll use strength to decide this. All right. I agree. Han Yu spoke coldly. In any case, the members of my Devil Path are on the way as well. All of you seem to have forgotten that this is White Deer Academy. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then an old man who held a cane in his hand arrived here. Han Yu, Wu Yuan, and Su Shi's expressions changed drastically when they saw him. Yan Yi's expression had become extremely serious as well. The old man gave him the same feeling that Lu Qianyun had given him that day. Su Shurha was about to speak when the old man glanced at him. Little Su, there's no need to say anything. If you want to stop me, then it's best if you immediately awaken Fang Zhouzi. But I think that it's too late to awaken him now. Su Shi's expression was extremely unsightly. The old man disregarded Han Yu and Wu Yuan, and his gaze descended onto Nanjing. If you're willing to join my law faction, then I'm prepared to let bygones be bygones. And Nanjing replied, I would rather die standing than kneel to live. The old man gazed at her for a short while, and then he nodded. As expected of the possessor of the martial god physique. Your strength isn't bad, and your mentality is even better. Since that's the case, then die. The old man was about to attack when roaring laughter resounded abruptly in the air. Good. As expected of I, Hao Tian's disciple. Dying on your feet is better than lying on your knees. Ha! A green-robed old man appeared here at the same time that voice finished resounding. The face of the old man with the cane turned gloomy when he saw the green-robed old man. Actually, it should be described as becoming unsightly. Wu Yuan hurriedly went over to greet the old man and spoke respectfully. Martial ancestral uncle. Hao Tian suddenly shouted with fury. Tell me why you didn't notify me upon discovering the martial god physique. Moreover, you notified that kid Ming Yuan instead? Why? Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. Just you wait. Just you wait and see what I do to you. Hao Tian glared fiercely at Wu Yuan, and a bitter expression instantly crept up on the latter's face. Hao Tian paid no further attention to Wu Yuan, and he turned around to gaze at the old man with the cane instead. He sized up the old man and smiled. Oh my, Li Leiguai, long time no see. You've become a quasi-emperor now. All those years ago, you were just a saint when I attained the quasi-emperor realm. Such natural talent really isn't bad. So, want to have a spar? But let me tell you in advance that once I get into battle, I wouldn't be able to fully control the chaotic energy within me. It would be bad if I kill you by accident. The old man with a cane called Li Leiguai had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, and a short while passed before he spoke. Since it's someone senior Hao Tian has taken a liking to, then how could I possibly not give you some face? Go ahead and take her. You know how to yield when you need to. Not bad. No wonder those old fellows from the law factions let you be their representative. Hao Tian roared with laughter, and then he turned around to gaze at Nanjing. Disciple, let's go. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan walked over to Hao Tian's side, and then he pointed at Yang Yi. Martial ancestral uncle, this kid isn't bad as well. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted Hao Tian to take Yang Yi as well. Su Shi's expression changed drastically when he heard Wu Yuan, and he was about to speak. But Hao Tian suddenly waved his hand. He's trash before her. Yang Yi was speechless. And Nanjing suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. I go where he goes. Hao Tian was stunned, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and spoke seriously. Kid, your bone structure is amazing, so you're definitely an outstanding genius to train in martial arts. How about you go with me to the martial sect as well? They'll even find you a master who isn't weaker to me. Yang Yi felt speechless again. Chapter 1089. Yang Yi remained silent. Su Shurha instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi remain silent, and he said, Yang Yi, don't worry. So long as you're within White Deer Academy, then I'll guarantee all of your safety with my life. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hao Tian spoke bluntly. That kid is trash. He isn't a match for Li Leiguai at all. As for the other quasi-emperor from their scholarly faction, even he himself is in danger, so it's impossible for him to protect all of you. Not only can I guarantee this little girl's safety if she goes with me, her strength will rise immensely. Su Shurha was about to speak when Hao Tian suddenly glared angrily at him. Kid, do you want to fight me in single combat? Do you? Su Shurha was speechless. Hao Tian grunted coldly, and then he gazed at Nanjing. Little girl, you possess the martial god physique, so you'll only be able to unearth your potential effectively at my martial sect. Moreover, my martial sect possesses countless resources. So long as you come to my martial sect, I guarantee that you'll be able to rise to at least the top 20 on the martial rankings within 3 years. Yang Yi frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction. Only the top 20? Kid! Hao Tian continued. Do you know how abnormal those fellows on the martial rankings are? Even though that fellow, Jun Hualuo was on the martial rankings as well, but he was at the bottom. Do you know how abnormal those little fellows at the top are? Let me explain it like this. Even I would dare not say that I'll be able to defeat those monstrous geniuses in the top 10. Understand? Yan Yu was visibly shocked. He didn't know how terrifying those monstrous geniuses in the top 10 were, but he was very well aware how terrifying this old geezer was. It could be said that while the old man wasn't really at the Emperor realm, he was absolutely not inferior to Lu Qianyun, who was at the Emperor realm. Hao Tian continued. Kid, her natural talent is absolutely extraordinary, and it'll be a waste of her potential to leave her at White Deer Academy. Moreover, her life might be in danger as well. I'm sure you've realized that the internal strife within White Deer Academy is already at such a state, so why make her get mixed up in all of that? Su Shirha intended to say something, but he just sighed in the end. He really wanted to keep in Nanjing. After all, it was the martial god physique. It had only appeared once in the history of the Radiant Dimension. However, he knew that unless the Law faction and Scholarly faction joined forces, it would be impossible to keep her. Moreover, based on the current circumstances, it was absolutely impossible. Yan Yi remained silent for a long time before he lowered his head to look at Nanjing. What do you think? And Nanjing answered without the slightest hesitation. I'll go with you. Yan Yi shook his head slightly. Jinger, I'm sure you've realized that there are too many experts in this world, and we're too weak. I want you to stay by my side, and I won't want to be separated from you. But you won't be of any help if you stay with me. Or I should say that staying with me will restrain your growth. Understand? He naturally wouldn't allow her to stay in White Deer Academy. The Scholarly faction was even on the verge of being unable to save itself, so how could it possibly protect Nanjing? Just like the incident from before, if this old geezer from the martial sect hadn't arrived, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides that, Nanjing's natural talent was absolutely superb, and it was even greater than his own. So long as she was given an opportunity and a platform to grow, then she would definitely ascend to greatness. While he didn't want her to leave and knew that she would definitely stay if he asked her to, he couldn't act so selfishly. And Nanjing didn't belong solely to him. She liked the martial Tao, so she would definitely want to go further on the path towards the martial Tao. Thus, he couldn't restrain her. And Nanjing gazed at him and said, We can leave together. Su Shi's expression changed drastically when he heard Nanjing. And Nanjing's departure was an immeasurable loss to White Deer Academy, and if even Yan Yi left, then the Scholarly faction would suffer a horrible loss. Su Shirha was about to speak when Yan Yi shook his head. How could he be unable to discern that the old geezer from the martial sect only thought highly of Nanjing? If he were to go with them, they wouldn't attach importance to fostering him at all. Besides that, he couldn't leave White Deer Academy. It wasn't that he felt attachment to White Deer Academy, it was because Ocean of Clouds Academy needed the Scholarly faction's protection. There was no relationship between the martial sect and Ocean of Clouds Academy, nor were there any linked interests between them. So, it was impossible for it to fight the Law faction for Ocean of Clouds Academy. Su Shirha instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yan Yi shake his head. Yan Yi smiled when he saw Nanjing remain silent. I'll support you regardless of what decision you make. And Nanjing suddenly raised her head and gazed at Hao Tian. How strong are you? Experts were picky about their disciples, and true monstrous geniuses were naturally picky about their masters as well. Hao Tian naturally understood that principle as well, so he pointed at Li Leiguai and said, We are both quasi-emperors, but he'll definitely lose to me within 100 moves. He gazed at Li Leiguai, who'd revealed an unsightly expression, and continued, If you think I'm wrong, then we can spar right now. Li Leiguai's face was extremely gloomy, and a short while passed before he spoke indifferently. Senior Hao Tian is someone who's about to leave this world. How could I be a match for Senior Hao Tian? Hao Tian roared with laughter. Kid, you're quite sensible. Otherwise, I'd definitely beat you up. He gazed at Nanjing at this point and said, Little girl, I won't beat around the bush with you. The reason I'm anxious to take you as my disciple is because I'll be leaving this world soon. My inheritance would come to an end if I don't leave it behind before leaving Radiant Dimension. I haven't had any disciples in the past because they weren't up to my standards or weren't suitable to receive my inheritance. But you aren't just outstanding, you're really suitable to receive my inheritance. And Nanjing said, I'll go with you. Hao Tian smiled. All right. And Nanjing added, but I have a condition. Hao Tian replied, go on. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, I want to stay behind and face the law faction with him. Hao Tian frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, there's no need for that. Let me deal with the rest. He didn't want Nanjing to miss such an opportunity because of him. And Nanjing said, I insist. Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan, who stood by Hao Tian's side, suddenly said, there are only 3 rounds in the competition, and you've already won 2 rounds. So, there's no need to continue competing. Who says it isn't necessary? Meanwhile, Li Leiguai suddenly spoke. The precondition to winning 2 out of 3 is that they are able to survive the 3 round. If they die in the 3 round, then it's naturally my law faction that won. Hao Tian spoke indifferently. Li Leiguai, it's just 3 juniors. Is it necessary to act like this? Li Leiguai gazed at Hao Tian and said, it's related to the reputation of my law faction, and it's related to my law faction's future as well. Of course, if Senior Hao Tian really intends to interfere, then he'll definitely be unable to stop Senior Hao Tian. However, my law faction isn't a force that just allows others to bully it. If worse comes to worse, we can all ask our ancestors to descend to this dimension and have some fun. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he revealed a hostile expression. Are you threatening me? Li Leiguai looked Hao Tian straight in the eyes and didn't shrink back at all. My White Deer Academy hasn't declined to the point of allowing outsiders to make decisions for it. The atmosphere here seemed like a battle would break out at any moment. Suddenly Yang Yi spoke. Since you want to compete, then let's continue. If it was possible, he naturally wanted it to come to an end. However, the Law faction clearly didn't want to spare them. The reason Head agreed was because the Law faction was still abiding by the rules of the competition. But if that old geezer from the martial sect interfered, then it was very likely for the Law faction to stop abiding by the rules. Once that happened, Ocean of Clouds Academy would definitely suffer calamity. Not to mention anything else, just Su Fan alone was sufficient to crush Ocean of Clouds Academy and City. As for the martial sect, he didn't think they would fight the Law faction for Ocean of Clouds Academy. So, he had to rely on himself. Li Leiguai glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Since you don't have a problem with it, then let's start. Wait. Hao Tian suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Kid, they clearly intend to kill you. So are you sure? Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Li Leiguai. Will there be a 4th round after the 3rd? Li Leiguai spoke indifferently. Don't worry, this is definitely the last round. Yang Yi nodded. What happens if we win? Li Leiguai replied. Win and you can live. What else do you want? Meanwhile, Su Shurha suddenly spoke. Yang Yi, don't worry. If anyone acts against Ocean of Clouds Academy from today onwards, then it's equivalent to attacking my scholarly faction. They'd lost in Nanjing, so he couldn't allow Yang Yi to leave as well. If he didn't promise Yang Yi anything, then it was very likely that Yang Yi would side with the martial sect and seek its protection. Yang Yi glanced at Su Shurha and said, Thank you. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Li Leiguai laughed coldly. The precondition is that you survive. Just see if the scholarly faction will protect that Ocean of Clouds Academy of yours if you're dead. Enough of nonsense. Yang Yi looked Li Leiguai in the eyes and said, What's the 3 round? Li Leiguai replied, Well, decide the victor in this round? Yang Yi replied, All right. Both in Nanjing and Shiwushan were injured, so it wasn't suitable for them to fight another battle. Determining the victor in this round was exactly what he wanted. Li Leiguai waved his right hand, and a stone platform appeared at the center of the square. It didn't take long for the stone platform to transform into an arena of similar size to the one from before. Li Leiguai said, "Go on in." Yang Yi glanced at Li Leiguai. "Don't tell me you're going to fight me in this round? You aren't qualified to fight me." As soon as Li Leiguai finished speaking, a figure instantly arrived in the arena. It was none other than Su Fan. Su Fan gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "I'm your opponent! How shameless!" Xu Wuxun, who was lying on the ground below, immediately got up. Hao Tian shook his head as well and said, "Now I know what shamelessness is truly like." Su Shi's face was extremely unsightly as well. "Su Fan, have you no shame? Do you have no shame?" Su Fan laughed coldly. "Can I be blamed for his low realm of cultivation? If you aren't satisfied, his Ocean of Clouds Academy can send another high-rank saint to fight this battle." Yang Yi remained silent. "What? You don't have one?" Su Fan laughed coldly. "Since you don't have one, then you can't blame me, right? If you want to blame someone, you should blame your Ocean of Clouds Academy for being useless." Yang Yi's left wrist moved slightly, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. After that, he condensed an intense sword and sheathed it. Once he was done, he gazed at Li Leiguai and said, "Let's begin." Li Leiguai glanced at Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand. Yang Yi and Su Fan instantly entered a pocket of space. Su Fan laughed coldly upon entering the battlefield in the pocket of space. "Yang Yi, you! Are you a dog? Why do you keep barking?" Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword at the same instant that he finished speaking. Chapter 1090. OM. A brilliant ray of sword energy flashed out from Yang Yi's ancient sheath while accompanied by a sword howl. Even the space in the pocket of space rippled before it, and it was shocking. It was 90 overlapped heavenlands. After his body had attained the divine fortitude realm, he could execute 90 overlapped heavenlands with absolute ease. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the contempt within his easy had lessened quite a bit. Even though he couldn't stand the sight of Yang Yi, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi. Had witnessed Yang Yi's strength earlier, and he knew that it was entirely capable of posing a threat to him. It would be fine if he didn't underestimate Yang Yi, but if he did, then it was very likely for him to lose this battle that he was certain to win. 0 point! Su Fan pointed his finger forward as soon as he finished speaking, and then a huge black finger shot forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! Their collision was like the collision of two meteors, and it instantly caused a terrifying wave of energy to erupt from the point of collision. The wave of energy swept swiftly towards the surroundings, and even the space here rippled before it. Slash! Suddenly Yang Yi's furious howl resounded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Everywhere the ray of light passed, even the wave of energy was sliced apart like a piece of paper. Su Fan's eyes had a ferocious expression in them as he watched the sword energy assault him. The profound energy within him surged out madly as he swiftly swung his right palm forward. 0 palm! A huge palm flashed forward, and it was like a blade that slashed down at Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion instantly erupted at the point of collision, and then countless waves of energy instantly enveloped both Yang Yi and Su Fan. Moreover, rays of light flickered while palms flew about from time to time within the waves of energy. Everyone outside the arena had solemn expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. They thought that Yang Yi wouldn't be able to hold on for long when facing Su Fan, and they never imagined that he would actually be able to fight Su Fan without falling into a disadvantaged state. They knew that they'd severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Hao Tian nodded slightly. "That kid seems to be not bad." He turned around to gaze at Nanjing at this point, and he smiled. "But he's far from being able to compare to you." And Nanjing didn't speak, because she knew that it wouldn't take long for them to find out if Yang Yi was strong or not. Hao Tian chuckled, and then he gazed at Han Yu. "Why haven't those old fellows of your devil path arrived?" Han Yu glanced at Hao Tian and said, Since Senior Hao Tian has taken a liking to her, then the seniors of my devil path naturally have to give Senior Hao Tian some face. What nonsense! Hao Tian cursed. Kid, cut the crap. It's clearly because I was quick. Those old fellows know that it's pointless even if they come. You're giving me face? I won't admit I owe your devil path anything. The corners of Han Yes' mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. Martial ancestral uncle. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan suddenly walked over to Hao Tian and said, That fellow, Yan Yi, is really not bad. His natural talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary, and his body has been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. If he joins our martial sect, then he... Such nonsense. Hao Tian interrupted Wu Yuan and said, His natural talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary? Is it greater than Yilanxia from Apex City? His cultivation of the body is terrifying? Is it more terrifying than Zhan Tianya from the Builder sect? Not to mention them, he can't even compare to her. I'm not a benevolent person, and I won't just take anyone. Hao Tian immediately glared at Wu Yuan when he noticed that Wu Yuan intended to continue. If you want to recruit him, then do it yourself. I don't want my reputation to be spoiled in the future. Wu Yuan laughed bitterly and thought to himself, Yan Yes' sword Dao isn't superior to Yilanxia, and his body isn't superior to Zhan Tianya. However, Yilanxi's body isn't as formidable as Yan Yes, and Zhan Tianya's attainments in the sword Dao aren't as formidable as Yang Yi as well. But he didn't speak these words out loud, because Hao Tian's mind was filled with his excitement from a Nanjing's martial god physique, and he might suffer a beating if he tried to speak further. In the battlefield, sword energy and energy palms were flashing about, and the entire battlefield started to tremble. It was absolutely shocking. At this moment, Su Fan had a solemn expression on his face. He was growing more and more shocked as the battle continued, because he noticed that while Yan Yi was a half-saint, regardless of whether it was combat instinct or Yan Ye's own strength, it had far surpassed his expectations. Especially Yang Ye's body, it was so strong that even he was fearful and annoyed by it. Because Yang Yi had completely disregarded his defenses in the battle with him, and every single move Yang Yi made was one where Yang Yi aimed to suffer a blow in order to land one as well. Su Fan was a high-rank saint, so his body was naturally strong as well, but it was absolutely not as strong as Yang Yi, and it wasn't strong enough to disregard Yang Ye's sword energy. So, a dignified high-rank saint like him was actually equally matched in battle against a half-saint. Are you going to continue making a fool of yourself? Suddenly, Li Leigui's voice resounded in the pocket of space. At this moment, Li Leigui's face was extremely gloomy. Had made Su Fan fight Yang Yi because he hoped that Su Fan could deal with Yang Yi quickly. So long as Yang Yi was dealt with, then the bad influence this competition had on the Law faction would be gone. After all, history was always written by the victor. But he hadn't expected that Su Fan wouldn't just be unable to kill Yang Yi swiftly. Su Fan was actually equally matched in battle with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a half-saint while Su Fan was a high-rank saint. Moreover, Su Fan was even the strongest expert in the Law faction besides him. If news of this were to spread, then it would just be Su Fan who lost face. The entire Law faction would lose face as well. Especially at a time like this. The morale of the Law faction's forces was waning. If the battle were to drag on, then it would be even more disadvantageous to the Law faction's plans. That was why Head sent a voice transmission into the battlefield to make Su Fan end it quickly. Su Fan's heart shook when he heard Li Leigui, and he pondered deeply for an instant before slapping his palm forward repeatedly. At the same time that he pushed Yang Yi back, his figure flashed around 300 m back as well. After that, he clenched both his fists tightly. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from within it, and it was like a raging torrent that instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Yang Yi, I have to admit that you really are not bad. However, you're too young in the end. Now, let's end this with one move. Su Fan's voice resounded through the battlefield while the aura which surged out from within him was growing stronger and stronger. You're finally going to go all out? Yan Yi laughed coldly, and he placed the Herculean sword back into his spatial ring. After that, he started walking slowly towards Su Fan. Meanwhile, the spectators noticed that Yan Ye's figure had actually started to turn red. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the air from Yan Yi. In an instant, the entire battlefield was turned blood red while boundless slaughter intent filled it. Moreover, even the spectators outside the arena could sense the monstrous aura of blood within the pocket of space. An emperor-rank sword. Hao Tian frowned and said, "An emperor-rank sword of slaughter. He seems like he's still able to maintain his consciousness. That fellow isn't that bad." Wu Yuan was visibly delighted because if Hao Tian forcefully took Yan Yi into the martial sect, then it would be a great thing for the martial sect. He was just about to speak when Hao Tian added, "But he's still really inferior when compared to my disciple." Wu Yuan was speechless. In the battlefield, Yan Yi held the blood-red sword in his hand while two types of intent shot out from within him, and the imposing aura Su Fan emanated was instantly dispersed by them. Void rank sword intent and void rank slaughter intent. A wisp of surprise flashed through Hao Tian's eyes. His sword intent and slaughter intent are both tempered well, and it's especially so for his slaughter intent. Is that fellow from the evil faction? Li Leigui's face grew even gloomier when he saw those two intents that Yan Yi possessed. It wasn't difficult to comprehend two intents, but it was rare to temper them to such a condensed state. Even if he really wanted to kill that arrogant fellow, Yan Yi, he had to admit that Yan Yi really wasn't bad. Unfortunately, Yan Yi was his enemy, and an enemy naturally deserved death. Especially when it was an enemy with extraordinary natural talent. If such an enemy wasn't killed as soon as possible, that enemy might become impossible to kill in the future. A wisp of ferocity surged into Su Fan's eyes when he saw Yan Yi transform into a blood-red figure, and his body floated up slowly. Once he arrived in midair, he raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, the space in an area of 3 kilometers around him actually started to warp. A moment of silence ensued before Su Fan suddenly slapped his right palm down in Yan Ye's direction. "Heaven Smasher!" At the same time that his voice finished resounding, an energy palm flashed out from before him, and then the space in the entire battlefield instantly started to crack apart. Countless cracks covered the entire battlefield, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. An emperor-rank technique. Meanwhile, Yan Yi sheathed the blood-red sword, and then he swiftly drew it right away. Wham! Along with a sword howl that resounded through the 9 heavens, a blood-red beam of sword energy that was enhanced by void-rank sword intent and slaughter intent shot up into the air. It was 110 overlapped heavenlands. Space wasn't blasted apart by the blood-red beam of sword energy, but the space before it was torn apart. The reason it had such an effect was because of Yan Ye's control towards his intents. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his control over his strength or sword intent, they both far surpassed his past ability. So, the energy within his attack wouldn't leak out at all. That was exactly why his sword energy was even more terrifying. The spectators watched as the blood-red beam of sword energy collided against the huge palm. However, it merely stopped for an instant before it slashed the palm apart and slammed against Su Fan, who was stunned by the sight of his attack being destroyed with such ease. Bang! Su Fan's figure was blasted flying. Countless strands of blood surged out from him as he flew, and they transformed into torrents of blood that surged into the blood-red sword in Yan Ye's grasp. Su Fan had lost. Everyone here was stunned. "Stop!" Li Leigui roared furiously when he saw Su Fan's blood flowing out incessantly, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, a ray of blood-red sword energy tore through the air in the battlefield, and then it shot through Su Fan. Su Fan's body instantly sliced into 2, and countless strands of blood sprayed out from him and surged into the blood-red sword in Yan Ye's grasp. As for Su Fan, he was dead. "You're courting death." A ferocious expression instantly appeared on Li Leigui's face when he saw Yan Yi disregard him, and then his figure flashed and instantly appeared within the battlefield before shooting towards Yan Yi. Chapter 1091. Su Shi's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Had never imagined that Li Leiguai would actually act so shamelessly. After all, Li Leiguai was a quasi-emperor. Su Shi's figure charged towards the arena. But there was someone who was even faster than him, and it was in Nanjing. And Nanjing had moved at the exact same moment that Li Leiguai had appeared within the battlefield. After he killed Su Fan, Yan Yi was about to leave the battlefield. But his expression suddenly changed. Had never expected that someone would launch a surprise attack against him. So, he was caught off guard, and he had no choice but to turn around and swing his sword. Hiss! A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward, but it didn't take long for it to be blasted into pieces by Li Leiguai's attack. After that, Li Leiguai slammed his palm forward. This attack was beyond swift, and Yan Yi couldn't dodge it at all. He was instantly struck by it. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yan Yi as his figure was blasted flying. Li Leiguai was about to launch another attack, but a spear tore through the air while emanating golden light. A wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of Li Leiguai's mouth, and he slapped his right palm towards it. The golden light was instantly dispersed while the spear was blasted back. Li Leiguai's figure flashed explosively towards Yan Yi, who was still flying through the air. Suddenly, Hao Tian appeared in front of Li Leiguai. Hao Tian chuckled and said, "Li Leiguai, my hands are a little itchy, and I want to have a spar. Let's do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't give Li Leiguai a chance to speak before slamming his fist forward. Bang! The entire pocket of space instantly collapsed before his fist. A short while later, Yan Yi and Nanjing appeared on the arena that had been blasted into powder. At this moment Yan Yi had put Heaven's gravestone away, but there was an extremely obvious palm print on his chest. The palm print had caused Yan Yi's chest to sink down, and his chest was severely warped at this moment. Moreover, countless cracks had spread out like a spiderweb throughout his upper body. Hao Tian was standing in front of Yan Yi and Nanjing, and Li Leiguai was standing in front of Hao Tian. At this moment, Li Leiguai's face was extremely gloomy and slightly pale, and his right hand, which he kept behind his back, was trembling. Li Leiguai spoke in a low voice. "Hao Tian, do you really intend to interfere in my law faction's business?" "Am interfering in your law faction's business?" Hao Tian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. "Li Leiguai, I have no interest in interfering in your law faction's rubbish. Actually, my hands were just itchy, and I wanted to spar with someone. That's all." He paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued. "But to be fair, Li Leiguai, you said it would be a fair fight, yet you actually interfered. Moreover, you bullied a half-saint as a quasi-emperor. To be honest, if news of this were to spread, you, Li Leiguai, will be famous. Not only will you be famous, your law faction and those ancestors of your law faction will probably be famous as well." Li Leiguai gazed at Hao Tian for a long time. In the end, he said, "It was my law faction which invited your martial sect. Now, my law faction doesn't welcome members of the martial sect here. Senior Hao Tian, you can leave now." "So it's time to make me leave?" Hao Tian chuckled. "I would have left even if you didn't say anything. It's truly boring to watch some people shamelessly bully the young and weak." At this point, he disregarded Li Leiguai, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and Hao Tian turned around to look at Nanjing. "My good disciple, they don't welcome our presence, so we have to leave." And Nanjing gazed at the palm print on Yan Yi's chest for a long time. In the end, she took a deep breath, and then she turned around to gaze at Li Leiguai. "One day, I'll definitely chop off your head with my own hands." Li Leiguai's expression changed slightly. If an ordinary person had spoken these words, then he would have naturally treated it as nonsense. However, he had to take it seriously when it came from the owner of the martial god physique. There was killing intent in his eyes. Meanwhile, Hao Tian roared with laughter. "My disciple is joking, she's just joking. Li Leiguai, just take it in one ear and let it out the other ear. You absolutely shouldn't take it seriously, alright? Of course, if you insist on taking it seriously, then he'll have no choice but to take it seriously as well. Li Leiguai took a deep and long glance at Nanjing, and then he said, "Please take your leave." Hao Tian gazed at Nanjing. Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi instead and said, "I'll work hard on becoming stronger." She walked over to Hao Tian's side once she finished speaking. Hao Tian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You have a good disposition. I hope my disciple won't leave you far behind when we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Tian waved his right hand, and then both Wu Yuan and Nanjing instantly vanished on the spot with him. Wu Yuan sent a voice transmission to Hao Tian over 100,000 kilometers away from White Deer Academy. "Martial ancestral uncle, since you've acknowledged him, then why didn't you take him to the martial sect with us? That fellow is absolutely a genius as well. Are you an idiot?" Hao Tian cursed. "Do you really think White Deer Academy would just let us bully them like that? We're already offended the law faction by taking this little girl with us, and the scholarly faction is slightly displeased as well. But they didn't want to fight me to the end. Especially the scholarly faction. This little girl possesses the martial god physique, so they are aware that the martial sect is the best for her, and they know that we'll definitely not let the matter rest if they don't let us take her. So, they chose to compromise and make us owe them a favor. However, if I were to be greedy and even intend to take that kid with me, then do you think they would allow it?" Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. Hao Tian continued, "If we force White Deer Academy into a corner, we'll get none of them. Even though White Deer Academy is inferior to the past because it has split up internally, even those abnormally formidable powers like the Nether Pavilion and Evil Faction would have given them face during their prime. Their reserves are still there, otherwise someone would have attacked and swallowed their resources by now." Wu Yuan laughed bitterly and bowed to Hao Tian. "Thank you for the guidance. Actually, that kid really isn't bad. What a pity. White Deer Academy." Yang Yi stood up slowly after he consumed a violet crystal. Meanwhile, Li Leigui's gaze had descended onto him. Yang Yi gazed at Li Leigui as well, and there was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth. "What? Are you going to tell me that there's a fourth round? If there really is one, then I really have no choice but to say that I admire you." Su Shurha stood in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, the experts of the scholarly sect had arrived in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's protection could be said to be their priority. Because Li Leigui was acting completely shamelessly. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist. That old fellow's shamelessness had surpassed his imagination, so Yang Yi had to maintain high levels of vigilance against Li Leigui. Li Leigui gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, "Needless to say, you really aren't bad. Unfortunately, Su Fan and I failed to kill you repeatedly." Yang Yi chuckled and didn't say anything, because it was pointless to say anything now. However, he knew that the Law faction would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. Meanwhile, Han Yu suddenly stood up on the guest platform, and he said, "Everyone, the competition has come to an end, so it's pointless for me to stay. Farewell." Just like the martial sect, he wasn't interested in the nonsense between the scholarly faction and Law faction. Lin Yuan stood up as well. "Senior Li, Junior will be bidding her farewells as well." "Wait." Right when they were about to leave, Li Leigui suddenly spoke. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Han Yu turned around to gaze at Li Leigui, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Li Leigui said, "The reason my Law faction invited all of you here today is because we want all of you to bear witness to something. So, please wait a moment." Han Yu pondered deeply for a short while, and then he nodded. "Since that's the case, then I'll wait a while longer." He sat back down while he spoke because he wanted to see exactly what the Law faction was up to. When she saw Han Yu stay, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay as well. Li Leigui nodded to Han Yu and the others, and then he turned around to gaze at Su Shurha. Since the Law faction and Scholarly faction appeared in White Deer Academy, our White Deer Academy's status in the Central Divine Prefecture suffered a terrible decline. Why? Because we aren't united internally. That's something your Scholarly faction understands, and my Law faction knows it well as well. Sushi's face fell. What are you trying to say? Li Leiguai replied. What I'm trying to say is that if our factions are to continue fighting, then White Deer Academy will be destroyed by us, sooner or later. At that time, White Deer Academy will probably be unable to maintain its foothold in the Central Divine Prefecture, and only death will await both our factions. Su Shurha spoke solemnly. My scholarly faction has been constantly exercising forbearance throughout these years. It was your law faction that kept reaching for more. Li Leiguai waves his hand in dismissal. It's pointless to discuss who's right or wrong. All I want to say is that if we continue fighting, then it'll only end in the destruction of both our factions. Su Shurha's brows knit tightly together. What exactly are you trying to say? Li Leiguai took a deep breath, and then he glanced at everyone here. Since there's little common ground for understanding between us, why should we stay together and form a sick White Deer Academy? My law faction has unanimously decided to split up from your scholarly faction. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. As soon as Li Leiguai finished speaking, a few dozen beams of light shot into the sky from afar, and then a few dozen figures appeared behind Li Leiguai. All of them were high-rank saints. Li Leiguai looked Su Shurha straight in the eyes. We want to split up. Chapter 1092. They intend to split up. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings when they heard Li Leiguai. The reason White Deer Academy was still a diamond-rank power was because while the law faction and scholarly faction were engaging in internal strife, they would still join forces against the enemies of their academy. That was exactly why White Deer Academy was still White Deer Academy, and it was still a diamond-rank power. Regardless of whether it was the law faction or scholarly faction, both of them understood this principle. So, while they frequently had their disagreements, they wouldn't go too far. After all, the overall situation of the academy was the most important. In the past 1,000 over years, no matter how great the conflict between them was, White Deer Academy didn't get to the point of splitting up because of that principle. Yet now, the law faction had actually proposed to split up. Splitting up represented that the number 1 academy in the Central Divine Prefecture would become history. White Deer Academy. White Deer Academy shall cease to exist from now onwards. Han Yu shook his head slightly. Once they had split up, then White Deer Academy wouldn't be the same any longer, and it was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cause it to drop to the ranks of platinum-rank powers. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he walked towards the side. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and started recuperating. It was White Deer Academy's business, and he had no right to interfere, nor did he want to. Su Shurha gazed at Li Leiguai for a long time. In the end, he shook his head slightly. Actually, my scholarly faction knew that this day would come, but we never expected you to raise this issue today. Since you dared to mention splitting up, I presume those ancestors of your law faction have agreed or tacitly agreed to it. So, it's already decided. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Su Shi's eyes at this point, and he said, My scholarly faction was incompetent. We were actually unable to stop the academy from splitting apart. We've failed Dean Xiao. What's coming will come. Suddenly, a white-robed old man appeared here. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and he was horribly old. Moreover, his countenance was a sickly pale color, as if had been inflicted with some sort of strange illness. Master Xiao! Su Shurha hurriedly moved over to greet the old man. What are you doing here? How could I still stay back when we're going to split apart? The white-robed old man waved his hand, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded. Senior, may I know who you are? Xiao Bieli, the Dean of White Deer Academy in name. The white-robed old man grinned. You're really not bad. Xiao Bieli turned around to gaze at Li Leiguai. Since you want us to split up, then tell me how you intend to split everything. Li Leiguai spoke indifferently. Your scholarly faction has to leave White Deer Dimension. What a joke. Why should we? Xiao Bieli hadn't even spoken when Su Shurha spoke furiously. Why shouldn't it be your law faction that leaves White Deer Dimension? My scholarly faction has been constantly exercising forbearance throughout the years, but that was for the overall interests of the Academy. Don't even think that my scholarly faction is afraid of your law faction. Exactly. Why should our scholarly faction leave? On what basis do you make such a decision? I've been unable to stand the sight of your law faction for a long time. If worse comes to worse, we can just fight each other. The law faction is truly insidious. They actually intend to drive our scholarly faction out of White Deer Dimension. Without White Deer Dimension as our foundation, wouldn't our scholarly faction be even inferior to a platinum rank power? I seek permission to fight the law faction to the death. I seek permission. The voices of countless students from the scholarly faction resounded. White Deer Dimension was their home, so how could they agree to being driven out by the law faction? Xiao Bieli glanced indifferently at Li Leiguai and said, I'm sure you've heard them. Li Leiguai chuckled. Your scholarly faction doesn't want to leave, and neither does my law faction. If we fight here, then even if one of our sides wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory while White Deer Dimension will be destroyed as well. So, I have a suggestion. Why don't we compete with each other? The winner stays, and the loser leaves. All right? Xiao Bieli gazed at Li Leiguai for a long time before he said, Do you have to do this? Li Leiguai replied, Dean Xiao, tell me, if we don't do this, then what can we do? It's disadvantageous for both your scholarly faction and my law faction if this continues. Because irreconcilable enmity will arise between us sooner or later. At that time, it might lead to the destruction of both our factions. A peaceful split is beneficial to both our factions. Xiao Bieli fell silent for a long time, and then he sighed softly. Fine. The enmity between us will erupt like a volcano one day if we force ourselves to stay together. Is the competition you speak of one between us old fellows, or those kids? Li Leiguai spoke indifferently. The Academy's future belongs to these little fellows. So, it's naturally up to them to determine the Academy's future. Xiao Bieli chuckled and said, I naturally have no problem with that. But based on the way your law faction does things, my scholarly faction really doesn't dare to trust you. I don't want to get into another argument later on. What do you think? Li Leiguai laughed coldly. You're afraid that my law faction would act shamelessly, and my law faction is similarly afraid that your scholarly faction would act shamelessly. Since both sides don't trust each other, then why don't we do this? Everyone from both our factions will swear on their souls, and anyone who goes back on their word will face death. All right? An oath of the soul. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard Li Leiguai. Especially the members of the scholarly faction. An oath of the soul was a very restrictive oath. While a person who broke such an oath may not die, it would definitely cause inner demons to grow within that person. That wouldn't be a problem at any other time, but when one had inner demons while charging into the Saint Realm, and especially when it was inner demons that had been created from breaking an oath of the soul, it would definitely lead to that person's death. As for those experts who were at the Saint Realm, they actually feared such oaths even more than those who weren't at the Saint Realm. Because they were very well aware of how terrifying such inner demons were. They were like a nightmare that haunted one at all times. So, practically no one would rashly make an oath with their soul. Su Shurho walked over to Xiao Bieli's side and spoke via voice transmission. Master Xiao, there's something strange about this. We have to be careful. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Li Leiguai. Looks like your law faction is very confident. Well, determine the victor with one battle. The winner stays, and the loser leaves. Moreover, the loser is prohibited from using the name White Deer Academy. Li Leiguai spoke indifferently. Dean Xiao, will you compete or not? Tell me your decision. Do it. Well, compete with them. We have Senior Brother Feng, why would we fear them? Exactly. Just Senior Brother Feng is sufficient to fight every single expert from the law faction. Dean Xiao agreed to the battle. It's time to teach those arrogant fellows a lesson. Who's Senior Brother Feng? Yang Yi asked. Fang Yun, who had suddenly appeared by his side. A wisp of fervor and admiration flashed through Fang Yun's eyes. The strongest expert in the younger generation of my White Deer Academy. At the same time, he's ranked at the 21st position on the martial rankings. Moreover, that was his ranking a year ago. Perhaps he can be ranked in the top 20 now. The younger generation of the Law faction are trashed before him. 21 SD. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know how monstrous the geniuses on the martial rankings were. However, Jun Hualuo's strength was really not bad. If Nanjing hadn't utilized such an ultimate move, she would have probably been unable to do anything to Jun Hualuo. However, Jun Hualuo was only ranked at the 39th position, so he could imagine how terrifying someone ranked at the 21st position would be. But Yang Yi was puzzled because the Law faction knew that the scholarly faction had such a formidable existence, so why would it propose such a competition? Even though Li Leiguai was shameless, he was no fool. He's scheming something. Yang Yi glanced at Li Leiguai and the others from the Law faction. He was sure that they were definitely scheming something. Xiao Bieli and Su Shurha frowned as well. They were no fools. The Law faction had suddenly proposed that they split up, and it proposed such a competition when it was clearly aware that the scholarly faction possessed such an extraordinary genius, so it was obvious that the Law faction was scheming something. Do you agree or not? Li Leiguai continued. If you refuse, then our factions will have no choice but to enter a full-scale war. A full-scale war. Xiao Bieli's face fell, and a long time passed before he said, Since your Law faction wants to compete, then we shall. Well, decide the victor with a single battle. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Li Leigui's mouth. Since that's the case, then we can start swearing now. I'll do it first. I swear on my soul that if I don't adhere to the results of the competition once it ends, then I, Li Leiguai, will definitely die and never enter the cycle of reincarnation. As soon as he finished, Li Leiguai gazed at Xiao Bieli and the others. It's your turn now! Xiao Bieli and Su Shurha pondered deeply for a short while, and then they started to make their oaths. Just like that, all the members of the Law faction and scholarly faction started to swear on their souls. Xu Wuxian spoke solemnly. The internal strife in White Deer Academy has begun. What should we do now? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he replied. Let's just watch for now. We can't leave no matter what. If we do, then we'll be giving that old dog an excuse to act against us. Xu Wuxian nodded. I want to see what the Law faction is up to as well. Around 15 minutes later, everyone had finished their oaths. Li Leiguai said, Should we begin now? Xiao Bieli said, You should be aware who my scholarly faction will be sending to represent us. But you're still so confident. I presume that you're really confident in the person you're about to send to battle. Come, let me see what sort of genius has appeared in your Law faction now. Li Leigui's roaring laughter resounded. Ha! Did you hear that? Since Din Shao wants to meet you, then why haven't you shown yourself? As soon as Li Leiguai finished speaking, a green ray of light shot down from the sky, and it didn't take long for a green-clothed man who held a green jade flute to arrive here. Feng Qingyi! Everyone from the scholarly faction was stunned upon catching sight of that man. A moment later, their expressions became extremely unsightly. The green-clothed man closed his eyes and said, Besides Din Shao, anyone from the scholarly faction can join the battle. Send as many as you want. Chapter 1093. Anyone besides Din Shao. In other words, even Su Shurha could fight him. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. That was what both Yang Yi and Xu Wuxian thought right now. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Feng Qingyi again. Feng Qingyi seemed to be only around the age of 20. He wore green clothes, and his hair was tied behind his head like a ponytail by a piece of green string. His left hand was kept behind his back while his right held a green jade flute, and his entire body emanated a faint scholarly aura. Extraordinary! Yang Yi felt that he was extraordinary. At the very least, he was much greater than Lu Qianshao. Meanwhile, clamorous noise had erupted amidst the scholarly faction's forces. How could this be possible? How could Senior Brother Feng be helping the Law faction? How could this be possible? He was definitely forced to do so by the Law faction, that's definitely why. Law faction, you're shameless! It's a trap! All of this was a trap set up by the Law faction. Senior Brother Feng is definitely being coerced by them. Senior Brother Feng, isn't that true? Are you being coerced by those despicable and shameless fellows from the Law faction? Tell us. Senior Brother Feng, Dean Xiao is here. No matter what difficulties you're facing, you just have to tell Dean Xiao and he'll definitely resolve it for you. Why? Xiao Bieli stared fixedly at Feng Qingyi and asked again. Why? Feng Qingyi opened his eyes and looked Xiao Bieli in the eyes. There's definitely a reason why a person does things. I naturally have my own reasons. But it's pointless to speak about it now. Su Shurha spoke gloomily. Qingyi, has my scholarly faction ever mistreated you? Have we ever wronged you? Feng Qingyi shook his head slightly. It would be impossible for me to attain my current accomplishments without the resources and fostering of the entire scholarly faction. Then why are you doing this? Su Shurha howled furiously. Do you know what will happen to our scholarly faction once we leave White Deer Dimension? We wouldn't even have a place to stay once we leave. From today onwards, my scholarly faction will be homeless. Do you realize that? Feng Qingyi nodded. I do. Then why are you doing this? Su Shurha pointed at the students from the scholarly faction, and he was practically howling. They respect you like a god, and both Dean Xiao and I have been fostering you as the next dean. So why are you treating us like this? The great choose whom they shall follow. Meanwhile, Li Leiguai suddenly chuckled. Qingyi thinks that your scholarly faction has no future, so he sided with my law faction instead. Is that wrong? Dean Xiao, your scholarly faction has been irresolute and hesitant throughout these years, and we aren't the only ones who look down on your scholarly faction. Even the other powers of the Central Divine Prefecture look down on your scholarly faction. Sooner or later, White Deer Academy will be destroyed in your hands. Qingji's decision to join my law faction is a wise decision because only my law faction will be able to lead White Deer Academy back to its former glory. What nonsense! Su Shurha roared furiously. Li Leiguai, Qingyi was definitely threatened by your law faction. Otherwise, based on his character, he would definitely not do something like betraying the academy. Li Leiguai laughed coldly. You can ask him, and see if my law faction threatened him. Su Shurha glanced coldly at Li Leiguai, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyi. Qingyi, tell me. Did the law faction threaten you? Don't worry, Dean Xiao and I will stand up for you. Even if Dean Xiao and I aren't strong enough, we still have our scholarly faction's ancestor. No matter what it is, we and the entire scholarly faction are on your side. Feng Qingyi remained silent for a short while, and then he shook his head slightly. No one threatened me. Su Shurha was furious. He was about to speak when Xiao Bieli stopped him. Xiao Bieli gazed at Li Leiguai and said, Needless to say, your law faction made the better play. Looks like your law faction has been planning this for a very long time. The competition with Ocean of Clouds Academy wasn't your true intention today. Your true intention was to confront my scholarly faction. I think that there's no need for us to continue wasting our breath. Li Leiguai continued. My law faction's representative is here. Now, it's your scholarly faction that has to choose its representative. Xiao Bieli slowly clenched his fists, and all the forces of the scholarly faction fell deathly silent. Feng Qingyi was the stronger expert in the scholarly faction's younger generation, and he was the strongest in the entire younger generation of White Deer Academy. Had once pressed down upon the younger generation of the entire White Deer Academy to the point they were almost suffocated. At the same time, he was ranked at the 21st position on the martial rankings. It could be said that besides the two quasi-emperors of White Deer Academy, no one else in White Deer Academy was confident in their ability to defeat him. Even Su Shurha wasn't confident at all. As for the others of the younger generation, they weren't even qualified to be his opponent. Who would fight the battle? The scholarly faction was deathly silent. Meanwhile, Su Shurha took 2 steps forward and was about to speak. However, Li Leiguai ridiculed. What? Su Shurha, are you going to toss your honor aside? I still remember someone saying that I was shameless just now. Su Shurha ignored Li Leiguai and looked straight at Feng Qingyi. You were already capable of fighting me a year ago. At that time, I knew that it wouldn't be long before I would be unable to defeat you. Now I really want to see how much you've grown. Su Shurha, looks like you're really going to act shamelessly. Li Leiguai laughed coldly. The dignified director of the scholarly faction is actually going to fight a junior in single combat. Do you have no shame? Su Shurha, do you have no shame? Li Leigui's voice was filled with delight from being able to take revenge. Had suffered a huge amount of ridicule from Su Shurha when he tried to kill Yang Yi earlier. Now, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to ridicule Su Shurha. Su Shurha clenched his fists tightly while an unsightly expression could be seen on his face. Director Su, he'll do it. Meanwhile, Fan Yun suddenly walked over to Su Shi's side. Even if our scholarly faction loses, it should lose with dignity and pride. Right, even if our scholarly faction loses, we should lose with dignity and pride. Director Su, how can you fight a junior in single combat? Allow me to do it instead. Allow me. I dare not guarantee that I'll win, but I guarantee that I won't bring shame to the scholarly faction. I've always wanted to seek guidance from senior brother Feng, so give this opportunity to me. Countless students of the scholarly faction came forward and intended to challenge Feng Qingyi. Shut up. Suddenly, Su Shurha shouted with fury. This battle isn't just related to our scholarly faction's honor, it's even related to our future, and it's related to the future of our academy as well. Can we afford to lose? No. We can't lose, nor can we afford to lose. So you intend to act shamelessly? Li Leiguai laughed coldly. Su Shurha, you have to realize that you won't be the only one who loses face if you lose. The entire scholarly faction will lose face as well. At that time, all of you'll truly be like homeless dogs, and all of you'll be the laughingstock of the entire Central Divine Prefecture. Su Shurha was about to speak when Xiao Bieli suddenly shook his head. Shurha, they're right. Even if our scholarly faction loses, we should lose with dignity. You're a senior. Regardless of how strong Feng Qingyi is, if you fight him, then it'll still be considered as bullying the young. Moreover, we agreed on a battle between the juniors, so how can you fight it? Dean Xiao is much more reasonable. Li Leiguai smiled. To be honest, besides you and I, there's still one more person in White Deer Academy who can fight Qingyi. Xiao Bieli said. Those words really do arouse my curiosity. Li Leiguai chuckled, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Yi. Have all of you forgotten him? He killed Su Fan earlier. Who's Su Fan? He was the director of my law faction, and his strength isn't inferior to Su Shurha. If you allow him to compete, then perhaps he really might be able to win. Li Leigui's eyes were filled with ferocity as he finished speaking. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi when they heard him. Yang Yi's face fell instead. Because Li Leiguai clearly intended to use Feng Qingyi to kill him. The competition between him and the law faction had come to an end, so the law faction had to face the scholarly faction if it wanted to kill him. That was definitely difficult to accomplish. But if he fought this battle, then Li Leiguai could use Feng Qingyi to kill him. Yang Yi gazed at Li Leiguai, and the latter was looking at him as well. There was undisguised killing intent in Li Leigui's eyes. That old dog refuses to give up on killing me. Yang Yi's face became gloomy as well. The members of the scholarly faction gazed at Yang Yi, and then their eyes instantly lit up. Because they still hadn't forgotten the scene where Yang Yi killed Su Fan just now. Su Fan's strength was on par with Su Shurha. In other words, Yang Yi's strength had surpassed Su Shurha. So, they might have a chance if Yang Yi was sent to fight Feng Qingyi. No! Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli suddenly spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi won't fight Feng Qingyi. The scholarly faction had lost Feng Qingyi, so it couldn't lose Yang Yi as well. It could be said that Yang Yi was a future pillar of the scholarly faction. So, Li Leiguai didn't just intend to kill Yan Yi and take revenge, he wanted to put an end to the scholarly faction's future. Li Leiguai laughed coldly. He paid no attention to Xiao Bieli and gazed at Yan Yi instead. Yan Yi, the safety of your Ocean of Clouds Academy depends on the scholarly faction. If the scholarly faction loses, then it'll be a homeless dog. At that time, it wouldn't even be able to protect itself, so how could it possibly protect your Ocean of Clouds Academy? Think about that when you decide whether you agree to fight this battle or not. A threat. He was using Ocean of Clouds Academy to threaten Yan Yi. Xiao Bieli was just about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly stood up. Dean Xiao, it seems like I have to participate in this battle. Xiao Bieli spoke solemnly. Yan Yi, don't worry. So long as my scholarly faction exists, then no one will be allowed to touch Ocean of Clouds Academy. Li Leiguai spoke coldly. At that time, all of you wouldn't even be able to keep yourselves safe. Yan Yi gazed at Li Leiguai and chuckled. You said all of that for no other reason than because you hoped that I would fight him, and then he would kill me in battle, right? Li Leiguai spoke coldly. So what if I did? A wisp of ferocity suddenly surged onto Yan Yi's face, and he pointed at Feng Qingyi as he spoke fiercely. Open your fucking eyes and see if he can kill me! As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Feng Qingyi and said, Let's fight! Chapter 1094. Yan Yi didn't want to interfere in the conflict between the law faction and the scholarly faction because he was just an outside in the end. However, he hadn't expected that Li Leiguai would actually use Ocean of Clouds Academy to threaten him. He wasn't acting impulsively by stepping forward. Had done so because Li Leiguai's words allowed him to realize that if the scholarly faction really was driven out of White Deer Dimension, then would it really have the ability to protect Ocean of Clouds Academy? No. Just as Li Leiguai had said, the scholarly faction wouldn't even be able to keep itself safe. He wouldn't have come forward if the scholarly faction had someone else, but it was obvious that no one in the younger generation of the scholarly faction could fight Feng Qingyi. At this moment, Ocean of Clouds Academy would rise and fall with the scholarly faction. Su Shi's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi step forward, and he was about to stop Yang Yi. However, Li Leiguai suddenly roared with laughter. Good! Yang Yi! You're brave! Ha! As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a new arena appeared at the center of the square. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, Should we begin? Feng Qingyi glanced at Yang Yi, and then his figure shook slightly before he appeared in the arena. Yang Yi was about to head over when Xiao Bieli suddenly appeared in front of him. Do you know how strong he is? I don't, replied Yang Yi. He wasn't lying because while he knew that Feng Qingyi was definitely very strong, he had no idea how strong Feng Qingyi was. Xiao Bieli looked Yang Yi in the eye and said, He's very strong. Just the fact that he could make a quasi-emperor speak such words was sufficient to prove how terrifying Feng Qingyi's strength was. Yang Yi looked Xiao Bieli in the eyes and said, I'm willing to give up this opportunity if there's someone else who's more suitable than me. Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, No matter what the outcome is, I promise you that Ocean of Clouds Academy's business is my business. So long as someone isn't afraid of the frenzied revenge of a quasi-emperor, then that person can feel free to act against Ocean of Clouds Academy. Obviously, he was speaking to the law faction. Meanwhile, Li Leiguai laughed coldly but didn't say a word. Yang Yi said, Thank you. After all, with a quasi-emperor standing behind it, anyone who intended to act against Ocean of Clouds Academy would have to consider the consequences of such actions. Yang Yi didn't speak another word, and he immediately flashed up into the arena. Had just entered the arena when Li Leiguai waved both his hands, and then both Yang Yi and Feng Qingyi entered the battlefield within a pocket of space. Feng Qingyi kept his left hand behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Make your move! Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. Hiss! A moment later, he transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot, and he was above Feng Qingyi when his figure appeared again. Yang Yi held the Herculean sword with both hands and swung it down. Right when the Herculean sword arrived above Feng Qingyi, a green jade flute struck against the tip of Yan Ye's sword. Bang! The Herculean sword shook violently, and then the space around the point of collision instantly cracked apart. A moment of silence ensued before Feng Qingyi twisted his right hand slightly. Clang! Along with a clear and resounding sound of collision, Yan Ye's figure was blasted almost 300 m away. Moreover, the Herculean sword was trembling, and there were even numerous cracks on it. Feng Qingyi said, "Your strength isn't bad, and your control of strength is all right. Your strength is sufficient to be ranked on the martial rankings." Yan Yi glanced at the Herculean sword, and then he pondered deeply for an instant before he put the Herculean sword away. He said, "Come, let me see how strong the 21 stan the martial rankings is." Bang! A pillar of blood surged up into the sky, and then a blood-red sword appeared in Yan Ye's grasp. After that, Yan Ye's figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot in Feng Qingyi's direction. Feng Qingyi pondered deeply for an instant as he gazed at the blood-red ray of light, and then he transformed into a ray of green light that shot forward and smashed against the ray of blood-red light. Bang! The entire expanse of space there shook violently, and then countless waves of green and red energy swept out towards the surroundings. Everywhere these waves of energy passed, the pocket of space instantly cracked apart, and it only took less than half a breath of time for the entire battlefield to be covered in cracks. It didn't take long for a strand of blood-red light and a strand of green light to crisscross within the endless waves of energy. As these forces collided and cut each other incessantly, the entire battlefield was shaking violently, and it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. It was truly a shocking sight. It wasn't just the battlefield, even the arena outside the pocket of space was trembling violently at this moment. Li Leiguai and Xiao Bieli exchanged glances, and then they stretched out a hand at the same time. In an instant, the trembling arena became still once more, and the space within the battlefield returned to normal as well. Meanwhile, the blood-red light and green light could still be seen flashing through the battlefield. An hour had passed since the battle began. Everyone had never imagined that Yan Yi could actually fight Feng Qingyi for an hour. Moreover, Yan Yi was still just a half-saint. There was hope and excitement in the eyes of the experts from the scholarly faction. Yes, they saw hope at this moment. Yan Yi was much stronger than they'd imagined, and he was strong to the point of being able to fight Feng Qingyi. Conversely, the expressions of the experts from the law faction had turned grim. Similarly, they hadn't imagined that Yan Yi was actually so trying to the point of being able to fight Feng Qingyi. However, Li Leigui's expression was extremely calm, and there was a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Han Ye's eyes were filled with interest. "This fellow, Yan Yi, is actually able to fight Feng Qingyi, and he's even doing it at the half-saint realm. TSK. Lin Yiyan's face was covered in shock instead. She knew Yan Yi was very strong, and she had personally experienced his strength. However, she hadn't imagined that he would actually be able to fight Feng Qingyi, who was ranked at the 21st position on the martial rankings. Moreover, he was even doing it at the half-saint realm. It could be said that Yan Ye's strength was entirely sufficient to enter the martial rankings. She pondered deeply for a short while, and then she gazed at Xiao Yushi. "Yushi, are you really his wife?" Xiao Yushi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan added, "You should be aware that you've lost your memories. In other words, you might have really been his wife before losing your memories." Xiao Yushi replied, "What are you trying to say?" Lin Yuan spoke in an indifferent tone. "Yushi, you should realize that Mo Tian isn't just a student of White Deer Academy, he's a disciple of one of the 4 great clans, the Mo clan. I admit that Yan Yi really isn't bad, but so what? He's just a rash nobody who has no background. Do you think White Deer Academy would be able to protect him if the Mo clan wanted to kill him? If it was the White Deer Academy before it split up, then perhaps it could. As for the current scholarly faction, even they are on the verge of being in danger." Xiao Yushi glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "Elder Lin, one should know their own limitations. Otherwise, that person might die." Lin Yuyan's face instantly turned gloomy, and she glanced coldly at Xiao Yushi and didn't speak another word. Xiao Yushi paid no further attention to Lin Yuan, and she shot her gaze towards the battlefield instead. At this moment, she could only see a ray of blood-red light and a ray of green light crisscrossing incessantly through the battlefield. It was because their speed was truly too quick to the point that even she couldn't see their figures. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the battlefield, and then the ray of blood-red light and green light each shot over 500 m backwards. It didn't take long for the spectators to see Yang Yi and Feng Qingji's figures again. The experts of the law faction were delighted while the faces of the experts from the scholarly faction fell. Because Yang Yi's body was actually covered in numerous injuries, and blood was slowly seeping out from those injuries. In the end, his blood surged into the blood-red sword in his grasp. As for Feng Qingyi, he was completely unharmed, and he didn't seem like he'd been in a fierce battle at all. Yang Yi was in a disadvantaged situation. A wisp of a cold smile instantly curled up on the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. In her opinion, it was best if Yang Yi died in the battle. In the battlefield, the slaughter-intent Yang Yi emanated dispersed slowly, and it didn't take long for the blood-red sword in his grasp to vanish. In next to no time, Yang Yi had returned to normal. Yang Yi gazed at Feng Qingyi, and there was an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. After all, he hadn't been able to harm Feng Qingyi after utilizing Heaven's Gravestone, Void Rank Sword Intent, and Void Rank Slaughter Intent. Not only had he been unable to harm Feng Qingyi, had been suppressed in their battle as well. Most importantly, Feng Qingyi hadn't even used his full strength. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyi raised his head and looked up towards the sky. A short while passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. "It's getting late. How about we end it with one move?" Yang Yi replied. "Are we deciding life and death in this move?" Feng Qingyi shook his head slightly and said, "My realm of cultivation is higher than yours, so I can be considered to be bullying you in this battle. How about we do this? It'll be my loss if you're able to survive my next move, alright?" Yang Yi replied. "Are you that confident?" "Confidence comes from strength," Feng Qingyi continued. "I have such strength, right?" Yang Yi gazed at Feng Qingyi for a short while, and then he nodded. "Then bring it on. Let me see how you'll kill me with a single move." Feng Qingyi nodded lightly, and then he raised the jade flute in his grasp and started playing it. It didn't take long for a beautiful tune to drift through the battlefield. Xiao Bila's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he howled involuntarily. "The harmony of crossing the ocean! Yang Yi! Watch out! Ha ha! Crossing the ocean! Ha! Li Leiguai roared madly with laughter, and his laughter was filled with happiness. Because Yang Yi was about to die. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist tightly. In an instant, the strength within him surged like a torrent and converged towards his fist. Chapter 1095. Crossing the Ocean. Han Ye's expression had turned solemn as well. Had heard of this harmony in the past. It was an emperor rank technique that the founder of White Deer Academy, Xiao Wuqing, had created all those years ago. It was no ordinary emperor rank technique, and it was one that had the ability to grow. In other words, to a certain extent, its strength had no limits. Its strength depended entirely on the user's ability. It could be said that it was a technique which could even pose a threat to quasi-emperors. The members of White Deer Academy clearly recognized this technique, so the experts of the scholarly faction had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, and many of them even revealed despair. As for the experts of the law faction, they heaved sighs of relief. Because Feng Qingyi was taking the battle seriously. So, how could Yang Yi be a match for Feng Qingyi when he was fighting seriously? Along with the tune of the flute, a beautiful and moving tune resounded throughout the surroundings. The tune was calm in the beginning, but it quickly grew intense. After that, a shocking scene appeared within the battlefield. The space throughout the battlefield actually started to shatter into pieces. Meanwhile, Li Leigui's gaze descended onto Xiao Bieli, and had slowly clenched his fists, as he was ready to act at a moment's notice. In the battlefield, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he sensed that tune which seemed to bring death. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Meanwhile, his body seemed like it was being cut up by blades, and numerous injuries were appearing incessantly on his face and body. In less than a breath of time, his entire body was covered in blood. "Break!" Yan Yi roared furiously when he arrived just around 5 m before Feng Qingyi, and then he smashed his fist forward. Energy capable of obliterating the world surged out from Yan Yi's fist. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the entire battlefield shattered into pieces. At the same time, the arena was instantly blasted into powder as well. Besides that, 2 waves of terrifying energy swept out from the arena, and the ground and space shattered in its wake. Countless people were astounded. A huge palm flashed by, and then the aftershock was instantly swept away while the shattered space there was restored to normal under the effects of the laws of the Heaven Tao. Everyone here was stunned. After all of it had actually been caused by a half-saint and a saint. Even the space within the battlefield, which had been fortified by 2 quasi-emperors, hadn't been able to endure Yan Yi and Feng Qingji's attacks. Feng Qingji's ability to do that wasn't shocking because he was a peerless genius. Coupled with the fact that had executed a terrifying technique like crossing the ocean, the strength he possessed was obvious. But what about Yan Yi? What had Yan Yi executed? No matter what technique had executed, he was just a half-saint. He was just a half-saint. The gazes of everyone were fixed on the center of the square, which was covered in a storm of energy. After all, the battle between Yan Yi and Feng Qingyi was linked to the future of the 2 factions. Who would stay and who would leave? It didn't take too long for the storm of energy to disperse slowly, and then both Yan Yi and Feng Qingji's figures appeared before them. "The Stellar Ward Technique!" Someone cried out involuntarily. Everyone's gazes descended onto Yan Yi. At this moment, there was a thin crystal blue barrier of energy on Yan Yi, but the barrier was covered in cracks and wasn't whole anymore. "He actually succeeded at cultivating the Stellar Ward Technique!" Exclaims resounded throughout the surroundings. The Stellar Ward Technique was an extremely famous technique even in White Deer Academy. Because it was a rare technique in White Deer Academy that was cultivated with stellar energy. Of course, the most important point was how crazy it was. Even someone with extraordinary willpower would be brought to his knees by the backlash from utilizing stellar energy. It really wasn't something that a human could endure. However, Yan Yi had succeeded. At the same time that they felt shocked, they were curious as well. Of course, no one paid attention to the Stellar Ward Technique right now. All of them were only concerned about the victor of the battle. Based on what they could see right now, it seemed like Feng Qingyi had the upper hand. Because Yan Yi was in a comparatively worse state. Yan Yi's entire body was covered in injuries, and his appearance seemed rather terrifying. As for Feng Qingyi, he was completely unharmed, composed, and carefree just as he had been before this. A moment of silence ensued, and then Feng Qingyi suddenly gazed at the jade flute in his grasp. After that, everyone watched as the jade flute suddenly transformed into countless pieces that scattered to the ground. The expressions of everyone from the Law faction instantly turned unsightly upon witnessing this scene. Feng Qingyi had a trace of complicated emotions in his eyes as he gazed at the pieces on the ground. "After staying by my side for so long, I never expected that you would actually be destroyed here." He raised his head to look at Yang Yi once he finished speaking. "You truly surprised me. Not only have you succeeded at cultivating the Stellar Ward Technique, you were actually able to control your strength to such a degree. Unfortunately, you're only a half-saint. If you were a saint just like me, then I might not have been able to resist that punch of yours." As soon as he started speaking, everyone noticed to their astonishment that a strand of scarlet red was slowly seeping out from the corner of his mouth. The members of the Law faction, and especially Li Leiguai, had horribly gloomy expressions on their faces. Yan Yi glanced at the injuries on his body, and a short while passed before he looked up and gazed at Feng Qingyi. "You surprised me as well." Indeed, Feng Qingjia's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't executed the stellar ward technique at the critical moment, then he probably wouldn't have escaped with just minor injuries. Because that technique Feng Qingyi executed earlier, crossing the ocean, had been able to break through his physical defenses. However, he was truly surprised by the fact that Feng Qingyi had been able to forcefully resist his brink laws. Needless to say, Feng Qingyi was extremely strong indeed. At the same time, it allowed Yan Yi to have a clear idea of the martial rankings. The martial rankings was very terrifying. Feng Qingyi was only ranked at the 21st position, yet he possessed such strength. So, what about those geniuses who were ranked higher? Especially those in the top 10, how terrifying would they be? I've lost! Suddenly, Feng Qingji's calm voice resounded. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. Regardless of whether it was the experts of the scholarly faction or law faction, all of them were looking at Feng Qingyi. No, you haven't lost! Meanwhile, Li Leiguai suddenly roared with fury. How could you have lost? That fellow, Yan Yi, is merely an ant from Pine Prefecture. How could you possibly lose to him? Fight! Continue fighting! Kill him! I said kill him! Yan Yi gazed at Li Leiguai while killing intent flashed through his eyes. That old geezer just refused to give up on killing me. Yan Yi glanced coldly at Li Leiguai, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyi. Actually, he's right. You haven't lost. Feng Qingyi shook his head slightly. You fought me evenly at the half-saint realm. I've lost. Moreover, I said that I would admit defeat if you could survive my attack. You did, so I've lost. At this point, he turned around to gaze at Li Leiguai. Directly, you saved me all those years ago and arranged for me to join the scholarly faction, and that was why I've gained my current accomplishments. I've never forgotten that debt I owed you. While I lost while helping you to fight the scholarly faction today, my conscience is clear because I tried my best. After that, he turned around and looked at Xiao Bieli. Dean Xiao, the scholarly faction never treated me unfairly, yet I helped the law faction fight the scholarly faction today, and that wasn't right. From today onwards, I won't ever utilize anything I've learned from the scholarly faction. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at everyone here and said, I, Feng Qingyi, proclaim today that I'm withdrawing from White Deer Academy. From this moment onward, I'm no longer a student of White Deer Academy, and the business of the academy isn't related to me anymore. Moreover, everything I do from this day onwards is unrelated to the academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qingyi tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of green light that shot up into the sky. You can't leave! Li Leiguai roared furiously as he stretched out his right hand, and a huge claw tore through space as it clawed at Feng Qingyi. Bang! A ray of green light erupted abruptly in the sky and collided with the huge claw. The huge claw shook violently before shrinking back, and Feng Qingji's figure had vanished from their sight. What fools! Han Yu couldn't help but curse. White Deer Academy, your internal strife actually forced your most outstanding student to leave. All of you really are huge fools. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yu vanished on the spot. Regardless of whether it was the experts of the scholarly faction or law faction, all of them fell silent. A short while passed before Xiao Bieli gazed at Li Leiguai. So Qingji's admission into the academy and my scholarly faction was under your control. Li Leiguai, you really planned all of this well. Xiao Bieli's voice suddenly became ferocious at this point. Are you happy now? Huh? Are you happy? Li Leiguai clenched his fist while his face was horribly gloomy. Xiao Bieli closed his eyes, and quite some time passed before he opened them again. He glanced at the members of the law faction and said, Indecision leads to trouble in the future. My scholarly faction has been exercising forbearance for so many years, yet all it got in return is your law faction constantly reaching for more. Just as you've said, White Deer Academy will definitely be destroyed if this continues. Since it's like that, isn't it better to deal with the problem at once? Everyone from the law faction, you may leave now. At this moment, the experts of the law faction turned pale. Are we really going to leave White Deer Dimension? Are we really going to become homeless? The atmosphere here was silent, terrifyingly silent. Shuushin was by Yang Ye's side, and he asked, "Do you think they'll leave?" Yang Yi glanced at Li Leiguai and said, "That old geezer is extremely shameless. He definitely has more tricks up his sleeve." Meanwhile, Li Leiguai suddenly looked at Xiao Bieli and said, "What if we refuse?" As soon as Li Leiguai spoke these words, the atmosphere here instantly became tense, and it felt like a volcano that would erupt at any moment. Chapter 1096. You refuse to leave? Xiao Bieli chuckled, and then his face turned icy cold. Then he'll kill you. Want to give it a try? The atmosphere became tense once more, and the experts of both factions became tense as well. Li Leiguai gazed at Xiao Bieli for a long time, and then he chuckled in the end. We accept our defeat. Since my law faction has lost, we naturally won't go back on our word. Let's go. However, trust me, we'll definitely return one day. Xiao Bieli spoke indifferently. Goodbye. Li Leiguai laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, huh? Good. Very good. My law faction was utterly humiliated and completely defeated because of you, huh? Yang Yi shrugged. I didn't want to come to White Deer Academy, but I had no other choice because your law faction just had to force me. Besides that, I didn't want to step forward earlier, but you forced me again. So I had no other choice but to step forward. In my opinion, you asked for all of this. Wouldn't there have been no problem if you didn't force me to step forward? Right? Li Leigui's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared fixedly at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, Yang Yi, I'll remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't waste his breath and turned around to gaze at the members of the law faction. Everyone, we lost the competition this time. However, we haven't lost completely. Trust me, the day will come when we'll definitely return and reclaim what belongs to us. That day isn't too far away. Trust me. Any student of the law faction who's willing to change their ways can stay. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli's voice resounded. However, if you stay, then there will be no law faction and scholarly faction in the academy anymore. Everyone will be a student of White Deer Academy. If you can do that, then you can stay. I won't pursue any misdeeds of the past. Many students of the law faction were quite tempted when they heard him. If it were possible, would anyone be willing to leave their home and become homeless? All of you better think twice. Meanwhile, Li Leiguai spoke abruptly. If you stay, then you'll no longer be a student of my law faction. We won't show any mercy when we return in the future. Suddenly Yang Ye's voice resounded. But what if he can't return? Li Leigui's face fell, and he turned around and glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged and said, I'm just saying if he can't. Right, your skin is so thick, so it isn't impossible that you'll return in the future. After all, so long as you sincerely change your ways, then I think that Dean Xiao will definitely give you an opportunity to change. Li Leiguai refused to give up on killing him, so it was impossible for them to make peace with each other. Since it was like that, he didn't mind acting within the scopes of his ability, and causing some trouble for Li Leiguai. In any case, Li Leiguai couldn't do anything to him right now. Dean Xiao, I'm willing to stay. Meanwhile, a student from the law faction stepped forward. I don't want to leave White Deer Academy, and I guarantee that I'll forget the enmity of the past. I hope Dean Xiao will let bygones be bygones as well. I'm willing to stay as well. I'm willing. In next to no time, over 1,000 experts from the law faction stepped forward, and it even included some elders and instructors of the law faction. Li Leigui's face was horribly gloomy. Because this exact thing had been within his plans, but it was being used by someone else now. A short while later, almost 2,000 experts of the law faction had declared their willingness to stay. However, these 2,000 could only be considered as a small portion of the experts from the law faction. Because there were over 20,000 experts in the entire law faction. Li Leiguai glanced coldly at the experts from the scholarly faction, and then he said, Trust me. One day, my law faction will definitely be standing here again. He turned around to gaze at the experts from the law faction, and he continued, "Let's go." Just like that, the experts of the scholarly faction and the others here watched as countless experts of the law faction left White Deer Academy under Lile Gui lead. There were no cheers of victory. Because the departure of the law faction represented that White Deer Academy's strength would suffer a huge decline, and it couldn't compare to those true diamond rank powers. They felt lost when it came to the future of White Deer Academy. Everyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Bila's voice resounded. What happened today is definitely a disaster to our White Deer Academy. The departure of the law faction has caused the strength of our White Deer Academy to shrink by half. I have to admit that from today onwards, our White Deer Academy will probably be at the bottom of all the diamond rank powers. However, Xiao Bila's voice grew louder at this point. However, the departure of the law faction is also an opportunity to our White Deer Academy. Because there will only be a single voice throughout our White Deer Academy from now on. From today onwards, our White Deer Academy will be more united than it has ever been. Besides that, while the law faction has left, we still have our foundation. So long as we stay united, then in the future, our White Deer Academy will definitely glow brilliantly once again in the Central Divine Prefecture. Long live White Deer Academy! Long live White Deer Academy! Countless students started to shout. Suddenly, a ray of white light shot through the sky and descended to the ground, and then a blue-robed old man appeared before them. A quasi-emperor! Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Is he an enemy of White Deer Academy? A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Xiao Bila's eyes when he saw the blue-robed old man. Brother Feng, you really are quick. It's my duty. The blue-robed old man glanced at the surroundings and said, "After so many years, your factions have finally split up. But that's fine as well. From today onwards, you'll be able to develop on your own and won't be in conflict with each other anymore." Xiao Bieli asked. "Brother Feng, can you make an exception?" The blue-robed old man shook his head slightly. "You know the rules." Xiao Bieli sighed softly, and then he shot up into the sky. After that, he waved both his hands. In an instant, White Deer Dimension started trembling. Yang Yi noticed that something was about to emerge from the ground. Yang Yi asked Fan Yun, "What's he doing?" Fan Yun sighed softly. There are over 100 divine rank spirit veins of various varieties throughout the Central Divine Prefecture, and everyone desires such spirit veins. In order to prevent the Central Divine Prefecture from falling into a state of endless battle and slaughter, everyone joined forces to form an alliance. According to the rules of the alliance, only a power that has an expert on the martial rankings is allowed to possess a divine rank spirit veins. Our White Deer Academy used to have 3 because Feng Qingyi, Jun Hualuo, and Mo Yutian were all on the martial rankings. Yet now, Feng Qingyi has left, Jun Hualuo is dead, and Mo Yutian is from the Law faction. In other words, we aren't qualified to possess divine grade spirit veins anymore. No wonder so many powers are fighting to gain geniuses. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Now he had a faint understanding of why the martial sect cared so much about Nanjing. Besides her natural talent, it was definitely because of her potential. Because her natural talent and potential were equivalent to a reservation for a divine grade spirit vein. The martial rankings isn't just a ranking, it's the lifeline of all the powers in the Central Divine Prefecture. Strictly speaking, a diamond rank power without a divine grade spirit veins can't be considered as a diamond rank power anymore. Just like the current Thousand Cranes sect. Even though it's called a diamond rank power, in the opinion of true diamond rank powers, it actually isn't one anymore. It's for no other reason that because they don't have an expert on the martial ranking, and they have no divine grade spirit veins. As he finished speaking, Fan Yun's tone carried a huge amount of bitterness and unwillingness. Everyone watched as 3 huge white dragons flew up into the air from beneath the ground. Meanwhile, the blue-robed old man withdrew a violet gold bowl and waved it at those huge dragons. A ray of golden light surged forward, and the 3 white dragons were sucked into the bowl. Once the 3 white dragons vanished, everyone throughout White Deer Dimension sensed that something had vanished. It was the spirit energy here. The spirit energy here was vanishing swiftly, and it didn't take long for the spirit energy throughout White Deer Dimension to lessen by a few dozen times. Shu Wuxian spoke solemnly. The spirit energy here is almost like our Pine Prefecture now. Yang Yi nodded. Presently, the spirit energy in White Deer Dimension was actually almost the same as Pine Prefecture. Needless to say, the speed that everyone cultivated here would decline. If White Deer Academy couldn't regain a divine grade spirit vein soon, then it wouldn't take long for it to fall into a complete decline. Meanwhile, the blue-robed old man put the golden bowl away, and then he gazed at Xiao Bieli, who had a bleak expression on his face. The old man hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly. Good luck! As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the horizon. Actually, Yang Yi can ascend the martial rankings! Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke, and it instantly caused countless gazes to descend onto Yang Yi. Xiao Bieli's gaze had descended onto Yang Yi as well, and there was a trace of excitement and happiness in his eyes. As he gazed at the gazes of everyone here, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and said, It's my duty! Ocean of Clouds Academy's life and death was bound to White Deer Academy, so it was beneficial for Ocean of Clouds Academy if White Deer Academy was strong. Countless people instantly cheered when they heard Yang Yi agree, and even Xiao Bieli and Su Shurhe revealed a slight smile. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi, and he pondered deeply for an instant before he shot over towards the group from the Thousand Crane sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan suddenly gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, Yushi, I received news from the sect. The Mo clan will be sending a group in 3 days to seek a marriage alliance with our sect. The sect has ordered us to return immediately. A marriage alliance? Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of Lin Yuan and said, With who? Lin Yuyan's expression changed when she saw him, and she unconsciously took a step back. Yang Yi's face fell. I asked you who it is. Lin Yuyan's delicate figure instantly trembled slightly, and she hurriedly said, The Mo clan is doing it on Mo Yunshin's behalf, and he naturally seeks to marry Yushi. I think he's seeking death. Yang Yi's furious voice resounded throughout the surroundings. Chapter 1097. Lin Yuan felt a little disdain in her heart when she heard Yang Yi. The Mo clan was one of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, and it was one of the oldest clans. Not to mention White Deer Academy, even the martial sect and Devil Path couldn't compare to its resources and reserves. Yet Yang Yi was just a person with slightly good natural talent. So, Yang Yi was nothing before an ancient clan like the Mo clan. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to speak those sentiments out loud. She wished for nothing more than to see Yang Yi look for trouble with the Mo clan. In that way, she could watch Yang Yi suffer a miserable fate. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli walked over to Yang Yi's side and asked softly, What's wrong? Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then he turned around to gaze at Xiao Bieli. Dean Xiao Yushi and I are from the same place. Because of certain reasons, she came to the Radiant Dimension before me. However, she has forgotten the past for some unknown reason. Please help me take a look at her. Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi and asked, You're from the lower dimensions? Yang Yi nodded. Now I understand. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi. Lin Yuan was about to speak when Yang Yi glared at her. Her face instantly turned pale, and she didn't dare speak a word. Xiao Bieli stretched out a finger and tapped the center of Xiao Yushi's forehead. Xiao Yushi frowned and was about to resist. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Yushi, do you not want to know everything about your past? Xiao Yushi fell silent for a short while, and then she stopped resisting. Obviously, she wanted to regain that blank part of her memories. A frown grew slowly on Xiao Bieli's face, and around 15 minutes passed before he withdrew his hand while a solemn expression had appeared on his face. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, How is she? Xiao Bieli remained silent for a long time before he replied, She hasn't forgotten the past. It's because her memories have been sealed. It has been sealed. Yang Yi's expression changed. What's the consequences of that? Xiao Bieli replied. It'll harm her foundation. Yang Yi's face turned completely gloomy. Senior, can you undo the seal? Xiao Bieli shook his head. It was sealed by a special technique. Unless a true emperor does it, forcefully undoing the seal is very likely to erase all her memories and make her go mad. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and a short while passed before he took a deep breath and gazed at Lin Yuan. Why did your 1,000 crane sect seal her memories? Lin Yuan's expression changed when she saw the expression on Yang Yi's face. She was truly quite afraid of the madman who stood before her. She was about to speak when Xiao Bieli spoke. Her memories were probably sealed so that she would completely forget everything before she came here from the lower dimensions. Her natural talent and potential aren't bad. If she's fostered well, then she'll definitely be extraordinary in the future. But if she possesses her memories of the lower dimensions, then it's very likely that the 1,000 Crane sect would be fostering her for someone else. So, for the same of controlling the geniuses from the lower dimensions, it's very common for the powers in the central divine prefecture to do things like sealing their memories. A wisp of gloominess flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. 1,000 Crane sect? Xiao Bieli suddenly asked. What's her relationship to you? Yang Yi said. She's my wife. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Xiao Bieli's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi, and then he said, This is quite difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Let me and Yushi talk privately. Xiao Bieli glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Yuan and said, Do you want me to make you fuck off? Lin Yuan glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't dare provoke him further, and she immediately led the other members of the 1,000 Crane sect away. Yang Yi walked over to Xiao Yushi and said, Yushi, I know all your secrets, I know everything you like, and I know everything about you. What does that prove? It proves that you really were my wife. Yang Yi started to tell her everything that had occurred between them in Profounder Continent. A long time passed before Yang Yi finished speaking, and Xiao Yushi remained silent. She gazed at him for a short while before she said, I'm really lost. I don't know who I was, and I don't know what I want in the future. You say that I'm your wife, and I know that you might not be lying. Because you know many things that even I don't, and all of those things are very real. Perhaps I really loved you in the past. Yet now, I don't feel like that. Don't use my past which I don't remember to pressure me right now, alright? Yang Yi stretched out his hand and stroked her hair lightly, and he spoke softly. Alright, I won't. Don't worry, no one will be able to force you to do anything you don't like. Regardless of whether it's the 1,000 Crane sect or the Mo clan. Xiao Yushi said. I'm going back. Yang Yi asked. Can you not? Xiao Yushi replied. If I don't, then you'll become the joint enemy of the 1,000 Crane sect and Mo clan. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard her, and then he was overjoyed. You're worried about me. Yushi, you're worried about me. Ha! I knew that while you've lost your memories, how could you possibly feel nothing for me? Ha! Xiao Yushi didn't know what to say. Yang Yi laughed for a while before he spoke. Not to mention the 1,000 Crane sect and the Mo clan, am not afraid of making enemies with the entire world for you. Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, she flipped her palm, and a saber that was thin like the wings of a cicada appeared in her hand. Sheer wing! Yang Yi immediately recognized the saber because it was the exact same saber that had given her all those years ago. Xiao Yushi gazed at the saber for a long time before she said, Since I remember, this saber has always been with me. I've thought of throwing it away on many occasions, but I never did. You said that you gave me a saber once. If I'm not wrong, it's this saber, right? Yang Yi nodded. Xiao Yushi gazed at him and said, I really want to know what happened in the past. Give me some time. A wisp of tenderness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he said, Don't force yourself too hard. Take it slow. As for the 1,000 Crane sect and Mo clan, leave them to me. Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes, and then she nodded. It didn't take long for Xiao Yushi and the others to leave under Lin Yian's lead. Yan Yi stood silently on the spot as he looked at the direction they'd left towards. This matter is quite difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli appeared by Yang Ye's side. Mo Yutian is a member of the Law faction. It wouldn't be a problem if that was all there is to it. But the problem is that he's also a member of the Mo clan. The Mo clan is one of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, and it's one of the oldest clans here as well. If our White Deer Academy hadn't split apart, then we wouldn't have to fear them. Yet now... He paused for a moment and continued. The most important factor is the Thousand Cranes sect's attitude towards all of this. They've wanted to unite her and Mo Yutian for a very long time. In other words, it's the joint intention of the Mo clan and the Thousand Cranes sect to unite them. If we interfere, we'll become the joint enemies of the Mo clan and the Thousand Cranes sect. Yan Yi asked. Does the Thousand Cranes sect intend to gain a spirit vein or form a relationship with the Mo clan by pairing her with that fellow, Mo Yutian? Xiao Bieli replied. Both. Yan Yi nodded and said. Dean Xiao, what do you think about the future of White Deer Academy? Xiao Bieli gazed at Yan Yi. What are you trying to say? Yan Yi said. Presently, White Deer Academy can be said to have fallen to rock bottom. If it really intends to develop, it would probably be impossible without a few hundred years of time. It's even to the extent that the slightest mishap might cause it to be unable to get back up and fall into a complete and utter decline before being taken over by others. I'm sure you won't deny that, right? Xiao Bieli nodded. Yan Yi looked Xiao Bieli in the eyes and said, Special times require special methods. What are you trying to say? Xiao Bieli spoke in a low voice. He had a bad feeling about it. Yan Yi replied, I hope that Dean Xiao will head to the Thousand Cranes sect with me to propose to her. Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. You intend to make White Deer Academy openly confront the Mo clan? Yang Yi said. There is a benefit. It will allow the world and the students of the academy to know that while our academy has split apart, we haven't lost our guts, and we aren't afraid of any diamond rank power. All that's lacking right now is our reputation. Because I can imagine that many people and powers are laughing at us right now. Why are they laughing? They are laughing because our academy has suffered a decline. But we can use facts to tell them that we haven't. Our White Deer Academy doesn't fear anyone or any power. Xiao Bieli fell silent. Yan Yi continued. Of course, my own selfish motives are included within everything I just said. Because I want the academy to be my shield. If the academy refuses, I won't blame you. After all, it's my own personal business. However, I will leave the academy and take her with me to the martial sect, Devil Path, or another diamond rank power. I'm not threatening you. It's just that if the academy refuses to support me, then it's my last and only way out. Xiao Bieli remained silent for a long time, and then he patted Yan Yi lightly on the shoulder before he turned around and left. A moment later, his voice resounded from afar. I'll head to the Thousand Cranes sect with you in 3 days. Thank you? Yang Yi felt slightly at ease. If he didn't have White Deer Academy's support, then he would really have no choice but to take her and flee. He was naturally clearly aware how terrifying a diamond rank power was. Not to mention anything else, just the Law faction was a sufficient example. If there was no conflict between the Law faction and the Scholarly faction, and if the Law faction didn't fight him in single combat, then he would have no chance to win. So, he had no choice but to seek White Deer Academy's help to save Xiao Yushi. Moreover, it was the wisest choice as well. Of course, he didn't mind doing it by force. Meanwhile, Fan Yun walked over to Yan Ye's side, and then he passed the scroll to Yan Yi. This is the full version of the Stellar Ward technique. It was the Dean who asked me to give it to you. He said that it's best if you cultivate it as soon as possible, or you might not be able to return alive. Yan Yi was speechless. After he bid farewell to Fan Yun, Yan Yi returned to his room and unrolled the scroll. He was instantly stunned upon taking a glance at it. It doesn't have a grade? Is this a joke? Chapter 1098. Yang Yi was puzzled, so he went to see Xiaobieli. A senior of our White Deer Academy obtained it from outside our stellar region. Because stellar energy is used to cultivate it, and no one has been able to succeed, so we don't know exactly what grade it's at. Xiaobieli continued. However, the full version of the stellar ward technique is a low-grade emperor rank technique at the very least. I have no doubt about that. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded, and then he bid farewell to Xiaobieli and left. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Xiaobieli's eyes as he watched Yang Yi leave. Feng Qingyi had left White Deer Academy, so if Yang Yi left, then it would definitely be a huge blow to the academy. Moreover, it had to rely on Yang Yi to obtain a divine grade spirit vein. So, he couldn't let Yang Yi leave no matter what. Yang Yi needed White Deer Academy, but did White Deer Academy not need him as well? Yang Yi didn't return to his room, and he went to the peak of a mountain behind the academy. It was night right now, and the sky was studded with stars. Yang Yi unrolled the scroll, and then a strand of information instantly surged into his mind. Stellar energy comes from the cosmos, and it isn't governed by the heaven Tao. At the peak of the mountain, Yang Yi sat there for almost 2 hours before his eyes opened slowly. He looked up at the star-studded sky above him, and he felt slightly lost. There were many descriptions about stellar energy within the scroll which contained the full version of the stellar ward technique, and it allowed him to possess a clearer understanding of stellar energy. Besides spirit energy, there was stellar energy, and also the primordial violet energy he knew of within the vast cosmos. He knew that there were definitely even more types of energy, and methods of cultivation that he didn't know of. Because Shaoqi didn't utilize stellar energy, spirit energy, or primordial violet energy. At this moment, he remembered something Lady had told him: the world is huge, and we are tiny. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head slightly and restrained his thoughts, and then he started absorbing stellar energy into his body. Instead of being lost about the future, it was better to work hard now and strive to possess even greater strength to face the future. In his opinion, there were very few things in this world which couldn't be resolved with force. This time, Yang Yi didn't use the stellar energy to temper his body, and he absorbed it into his body instead before circulating it according to the method provided by the technique. At the peak of the mountain, countless rays of crystal blue stellar energy covered the sky as they rained down towards the mountain peak. In the end, they transformed into numerous crystal blue beams of light that surged into Yan Yi's body. At this moment, Yan Yi's entire body was emanating crystal blue light, and he seemed like a dazzling star. There were 2 big differences between the incomplete stellar ward technique and its complete version. Firstly, the stellar energy absorbed into the body via the incomplete technique couldn't be stored for long, but it wasn't the same case for the complete version. Because the complete version came with a mental cultivation technique, and it allowed stellar energy to be stored within the body. Of course, because stellar energy conflicted with profound energy, humans who cultivated with profound energy couldn't cultivate with stellar energy at all. However, that wasn't the case for Yang Yi. Because with the primordial violet energy there to keep them in harmony, his stellar energy and profound energy wouldn't conflict with each other. In other words, stellar energy could be stored within his body just like profound energy. Yan Yi's eyes suddenly opened wide when he noticed this, and his eyes flickered with extreme excitement and joy. Since stellar energy can be stored within my body, then can I utilize it to execute techniques? However, Yang Yi didn't try right away. His main goal right now was to finish cultivating the stellar ward technique. Yang Yi had relied on the stellar ward technique to forcefully endure Feng Qingji's final technique in his last battle. Moreover, that technique, crossing the ocean, was a low-grade emperor rank technique at the very least. In other words, if he could cultivate the full version of the stellar ward technique successfully, then when coupled with his own physical defenses, even a high-grade emperor rank technique wouldn't be able to harm him while he activated the stellar ward technique. The two difference between the complete and incomplete versions was that the incomplete version could only release stellar energy to form a defensive barrier, But the complete version could do more than that. It could even fill the body with stellar energy and fuse with the entire body. In other words, his entire body from inside out, and even every single cell within him would be enveloped by stellar energy. The complete version of the stellar ward technique had extremely harsh requirements towards the body. Because if the body couldn't endure the stellar energy, then the outcome would be instant death. Fortunately, Yan Ye's body barely satisfied its requirements. Yan Yi was absorbing stellar energy within his sword domain as well. Because cultivating anything while within the scope of his sword domain yielded twice the results. One day later, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a strand of terrifying crystal blue energy surged out from within him. But it didn't take long for the crystal blue energy to return back to him, and then Yan Ye's entire body became crystal blue. A wisp of excitement flashed through Yan Ye's eyes as he gazed at the stellar energy on his body. At this moment, his entire body was covered in stellar energy, and he was entirely capable of going head-on against an emperor rank technique. If he were to face Feng Qingyi now, then he would remain absolutely unharmed even if he just stood there and allowed Feng Qingyi to execute crossing the ocean again. However, the stellar ward technique still had a flaw, and it was that it caused an immense amount of harm to the body when used over prolonged periods. Just like this very moment, his entire body felt numb after he stopped circulating the stellar ward technique, and it felt like he'd been bashed up. Moreover, had only been utilizing it for a few dozen breaths of time. If he used it for a while longer, then it would probably cause his body to start cracking apart. Yang Yi thought to himself, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is the maximum my body can endure. My body will definitely collapse if I exceed that amount of time. Even though he only had 15 minutes, in his opinion, it really wasn't bad. Because so long as he wasn't facing an emperor, then he was practically invincible throughout those 15 minutes. Of course, he could only be considered to be invincible before some people. If he encountered special existences like Oblivion Maiden and Nether Maiden, then not to mention 15 minutes, he wouldn't be confident in his ability to resist their attacks even if it could last for hours. Yan Yi withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it. 2 hours later, his body had almost completely recovered, and he started to try utilizing stellar energy with his techniques. Both his sword techniques and the sword wings required huge amounts of profound energy. Especially Heavenrend and Death by a Thought. Every single executing practically exhausted him. If he could utilize them with stellar energy, then what would that mean? It meant that if Head exhausted his profound energy, he could still use stellar energy. In short, if he could execute techniques with stellar energy, then he would have an extra source of energy when compared to others. Moreover, it meant that even if the spirit energy in this world dried up, he wouldn't really be affected because stellar energy wouldn't dry up. He immediately put his thoughts into action. Yan Yi didn't utilize any special methods, and he just controlled his stellar energy according to the same way he controlled his profound energy. In the beginning, Yan Yi acted absolutely carefully because he was worried that a mishap might occur. If a mishap occurred within him, then it would be quite troublesome indeed. But it didn't take long for him to realize that it wasn't as difficult as had expected. A strand of stellar energy moved through his meridians under his control and arrived at his arm, and then it moved to the tip of his finger in the end. A moment later, Yan Yi pointed his finger towards the distance. Hiss! A ray of crystal blue sword energy shot out from the tip of his finger. The crystal blue sword energy shot through the sky and instantly vanished into the horizon. It was like a shooting star had shot through the sky, and it was extremely dazzling. It really works! Yan Ye's eyes flickered with wild joy. Before this, if he executed 100 overlapped Heavenrends, then he could only execute 5 attacks like that in succession. Yet now, with the help of stellar energy, he could execute 10 attacks like that in succession. Yan Yi suppressed the excitement and joy he felt, and he pointed his finger forward again. In next to no time, numerous rays of crystal blue sword energy shot out incessantly from the tip of his finger and vanished into the sky. Stellar energy! Yan Yi looked up at the vast starry sky, and a smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of his mouth. Stellar energy was equivalent to a trump card of his. After familiarizing himself further with stellar energy, Yang Yi started to practice death by a thought. As his cultivation and physical strength increased, had been able to overlap 100 heaven realms. If he used heaven's gravestone, then he could even overlap 110 heaven realms. 110 overlapped heaven realms were entirely capable of instantly annihilating a high-rank saint. The heaven realm technique had grown stronger, and that made death by a thought become quite useless. There was only one way to make death by a thought stronger, and it was to increase its speed. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he activated the sword wings. After that, he stretched out his hand, and an intense sword condensed into form within his grasp. When he executed death by a thought in the past, he merely executed it on his own, and had never enhanced it with anything else like the sword wings, his physical strength, or the laws of speed. This time, he intended to enhance death by a thought's speed with everything he had. The profound energy within him surged, and it didn't take long for the sword wings on his back to start trembling. At the same time, Yang Yi's body started to float up slowly. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the space beneath him, and the space there instantly exploded and collapsed. Meanwhile, he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward, and the sword wings on his back immediately flapped at the exact same moment. Besides that, he executed the laws of speed as well. A ray of cold light flashed, and it was practically like the speed of light. Bang! The ray of light had just appeared when a 3 kilometers long spatial rift appeared in the sky, and it was like a pitch-black river. At the same time, a towering mountain that was 3 kilometers away had instantly exploded into powder. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi laid on the ground. His clothes were gone, and his entire body was covered in finger-thick cracks. Such cracks covered every inch of his body and even his face. I really did it, this time. Yang Yi's head tilted to the side, and he fell unconscious. Chapter 1099. Yang Yi was in the academy when he woke up. In the room, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he scanned his body. With the primordial violet energy there to repair his body was almost completely healed. However, his internal organs, meridians, and bones hadn't been fully repaired yet. So, just moving slightly caused his entire body to feel like it was being torn apart. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Had been extremely careless this time. The speed of death by a thought was already at an extremely terrifying level. Yet had added his physical strength, the sword wings, and his laws of speed to it. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that his speed had arrived at his current limit. However, had overlooked something, and it was whether his body could endure it. Had been extremely confident in his physical strength, because his body was at the divine fortitude realm. In other words, his body was comparable to demon beasts at the high rank of the sane realm. But he hadn't expected that when he used his full strength, his speed would have actually arrived at a level that even a body at the divine fortitude realm couldn't endure. If he was just a little bit faster earlier, then perhaps he might have torn himself into bits. However, Yang Yi was still happy. Because the might of death by a thought while supported by his full strength had actually arrived at such a level. It wasn't exaggerated to say that such an attack was entirely capable of posing a threat to a quasi-emperor, especially when executed with heaven's gravestone. It was too swift, and it was even much faster than the speed at which Light Maiden had attacked that day. As for his physical strength, it actually wasn't a huge problem. Because he could activate the Stellar Ward technique before executing death by a thought. With the Stellar Ward technique to enhance his body would be entirely capable of enduring the limits of his speed. In other words, the ultimate version of death by a thought could only be utilized with the Stellar Ward technique. At the very least, that was how it was for now. Meanwhile, the door to his room was pushed open, and Shiwushin walked in. Shiwushin walked over to the side of Yang Yi's bed and sized him up. After that, he said, "Tisk tsk. Yang Yi, you actually cultivated by yourself to the point of being on the verge of death. You really are too great." I truly admire you. As soon as he finished speaking, he spoke seriously. What exactly happened? We thought someone bashed you up when we found you. Yang Yi replied. I trained over my limits and didn't control it well, and then this happened. Xu Wuxin was stunned for a short while, and then he gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. You are really amazing, Yang Yi asked. Have you joined White Deer Academy? Xu Wuxin immediately smiled when he heard this question and replied. You know, I was directly promoted to an inner court student. Moreover, all of those fellows in the academy are quite respectful to me. Besides that, Dean Xiao even gave me many special privileges. In short, they are fostering me like a core student. Yang Yi smiled. Congratulations. Xu Wuxin suddenly said. I can't go around with you from now on. Yang Yi was curious. Why? Because I have to fight my way up the martial rankings. Xu Wuxin spoke seriously. When I came to the Central Divine Prefecture in the past, I didn't dare to think about the martial rankings. But now that I have White Deer Academy's full support, I want to work hard and try to get into the martial rankings. It's fine even if I can't accomplish it for now. In any case, I consider it a goal of mine. The martial rankings is the goal that I, Xu Wuxin, will strive to achieve in this lifetime. Yang Yi smiled. That's a very good choice. You didn't have the support of a sect in the past, but you do now. If you're able to work hard and get in the martial rankings, and then get a spirit vein for the academy, I can imagine how the academy will definitely attach even more importance to fostering you. Moreover, your Endless Devil sect will definitely benefit from that. Xu Wuxin nodded and said, I'll be preparing to charge into the Saint Realm once I leave your room. The Academy has prepared the resources needed for me to charge into the Saint Realm, and they'll even be sending someone to especially provide me with guidance on what I should pay attention to. Moreover, they'll even be protecting me during the process. Ha! Now I finally understand why the geniuses of those diamond rank powers are so formidable. Their natural talent and hard work are a part of it, but the most important part is the support of the powers behind him. Just look at me now. I just said that I wanted to attain the Saint Realm, and then the Academy prepared everything for me. Yang Yi said, You have the platform now, so your future accomplishments depend on yourself now. Xu Wuxin took a deep breath and said, I won't be going to the Thousand Crane sect with you. According to the Dean, I would only be a burden if I were to go. So, good luck. Yang Yi nodded. Xu Wuxin nodded slightly, and then he turned around and left. A little while passed before a beautiful woman walked in. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw her, because she was the person in charge of Cloud Merchant Group whom had met that day. My name is Bai Xiangyao. She walked over to the side of Yang Yi's bed, and then she grinned. You can call me Manager Bai. Yang Yi said. Manager Bai, do you need something? Firstly, congratulations young Master Yang on being victorious in the competition with the Law faction. Bai Xiangyao continued. Not only did you defeat the experts of the Law faction, you even remained undefeated in a battle with the number one expert in the younger generation of White Deer Academy, Feng Qingyi. Presently your reputation is truly resounding. Yang Yi smiled. Manager Bai, and sure you aren't here just to congratulate me, right? She grinned. The branches of Cloud Merchant Group under my management accepted bets when young Master Yang competed with the Law faction. The bet was naturally on whether young Master Yang or the Law faction would win. Many people came to make bets. A huge amount of people. Unfortunately, all of them bet that young Master Yang would lose. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, You really are quite brave. Wouldn't you have gone bankrupt if I lost? I wouldn't just have gone bankrupt. I would have died. She continued. However, I made the right bet. This huge bet of mine didn't just bring shocking profits to Cloud Merchant Group, it gave new life to my family. All of this was thanks to young Master Yang. When she spoke up to this point, she withdrew a golden card and placed it by Yang Yi's bed. This is my Cloud Merchant Group's gold card, and it's merely inferior to our black card. With this gold card in your hand, you'll be able to enjoy numerous privileges in my cloud merchant group that you can't even imagine. Moreover, you can use it to borrow violet crystals from my cloud merchant group. The limit is 10,000, and you'll be exempt from paying any interest. Yang Yi gazed at the gold card for a long time, and then he gazed at Bai Xiangyao. Actually, there's no need for this. You used me to accept bets on the competition because you were brave enough, and it has nothing to do with me. Bai Xiangyao replied. I want to make friends with young Master Yang. Yang Yi took the gold card. I'm unable to refuse your kind intentions. Bai Xiangyao grinned when she saw Yang Yi take the gold card, and she said, I came here with another huge gift for you. I believe young Master Yang will definitely like it. Yang Yi smiled. I'm really looking forward to seeing what it is. Bai Xianjiu's palm moved slightly, and then a pair of dark golden shoulder guards appeared in her grasp. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's that? Light sword guards. Bai Xiangyao gazed at Yang Yi and said, These light sword guards possess miraculous abilities. Young Master Yang, you can test them right now. Yang Yi sat up slowly, and then stretched out his hands. A strand of sword intent surged out from him, and then the shoulder guards instantly flew onto his shoulders. Yang Yi sensed the shoulder guards for a moment, and then he issued a command in his heart. Swish! In an instant, 2 light swords shot out from the shoulder guards. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Because the swords in his hands were actually high-grade divine rank swords. Moreover, they were translucent as if they were made from light. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that these swords and the shoulder guards felt as if they were one with his arms. To explain it in simpler terms, it felt like his arms were the swords. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao suddenly smiled. These swords can teleport as well. Yang Yi glanced at Bai Xiangyao, and then he issued another command in his heart. In an instant, the light swords instantly appeared behind him. A moment later, they appeared on his right. As he issued commands in succession, it didn't take long for countless light swords to appear here. Of course, only 2 of them were real, and the rest were just afterimages left behind because the swords were moving too swiftly. Yang Yi's expression became solemn when he witnessed this scene. The light swords couldn't compare to Heaven's gravestone and the sword precursor. However, besides them, these 2 swords could be said to be the most terrifying swords had seen until now. They were even more terrifying than Jade Drop and Yellow Springs. The most terrifying part of these swords was their speed. It was extremely swift. After all, everything had done just now had only been done so with the sword's own speed. If he enhanced them with void rank sword intent, then they would be even swifter. When he used the Herculean sword, he gained victory with strength. But if he used these swords, then he could gain victory with speed. Bai Xiangyao said. The greatest traits of the light sword guards are its speed, ability to teleport, and ability to take its opponents off guard. Young Master Yang, you possess void rank sword intent. So its strength will be improved immensely in your hands. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the light swords instantly returned to the shoulder guards. He gazed at Bai Xiangyao and said, I'm unable to refuse them. Why should you? Bai Xiangyao smiled. I'm very sincere in my intent to become friends with young Master Yang. Yang Yi spoke seriously. If you need my help in the future, I definitely won't refuse if it's within my ability. Bai Xianjiu's smile grew wider when she heard him because that was exactly what she wanted to hear. Bai Xiangyao engaged in some small talk with Yang Yi before leaving. Before she left, she told Yang Yi that he could send someone to Cloud Merchant Group to look for her if he needed any help. Yang Yi naturally didn't refuse that. He wasn't a fool. One more friend was another pair of hands to help him. He naturally understood that. After he recuperated for a while, Yang Yi left the room and went to a cultivation room before he started to get used to the light sword guards. At the moment he started utilizing the light sword guards, the entire cultivation room was instantly filled with golden afterimages. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Yang Yi and Xiao Bieli appeared outside White Deer City. Xiao Bieli said, You head to the Thousand Cranes sect first. I'm going to visit a few old friends. Why? Yan Yi was quite puzzled. This old geezer wouldn't be thinking about going back on his word, right? Why? Xiao Bieli spoke angrily. I'm afraid both of us won't be able to return alive. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Does that Mo clan really dare to kill even you? These clans care about their face the most. This time, our objective is no different than swinging a slap on their face. Not to mention killing you under such circumstances. They would probably dare to attack even if an emperor of our White Deer Academy descends to this world. Xiao Bieli continued. Of course, that's the worst case scenario. Even though they care about their honor, they are no fools. Moreover, we're not heading to the Thousand Crane sect to kill them, we're merely going there to fight them for her. In short, it's much safer to get more old friends to support us. Xiao Bieli glanced at Yan Yi at this point and said, You head to Thousand Crane Dimension first and wait for me. Remember not to act rashly until I arrive. That place isn't our White Deer Dimension. They aren't engaging in internal strife. So if you act rashly, then the experts of the entire Thousand Crane sect will be waiting for you. Yan Yi nodded and said, I won't act rashly. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly when he heard Yan Yi's agreement, and then he vanished on the spot. After Xiao Bieli left, Yan Yi's figure flashed and left as well. Chapter 1100. In order to get to Thousand Crane Dimension, he had to get to Sky Capital City and ride a cloud shuttle. Because Thousand Crane Dimension was extremely far from White Deer Dimension, and it would take at least a few days if he tried to fly there. But Yan Yi only had a day. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to arrive at Sky Capital City. However, when he went to purchase a ticket, the staff there told him that the cloud shuttles throughout Sky Capital City had been grounded temporarily. As for the reason, the staff member didn't know and only said that it was an order from his higher-ups. Because the cloud shuttles belonged to Cloud Merchant Group, so Yan Yi headed to Cloud Merchant Group's branch first. Had just arrived near the branch when a young man came over to greet him, and then the young man said, Do you need something? Yan Yi replied, I'm looking for Manager Bai. The young man was slightly stunned, and then he sized up Yan Yi before he said, Do you have an appointment? An appointment? Yan Yi was surprised. I need an appointment? Of course. The young man continued. Anyone who intends to meet Manager Bai has to have an appointment. If you don't have one, then I'm sorry, but it's not possible. Yan Yi thought for a moment, and then he withdrew the gold card that Bai Xiangyao had given him. Will this work? The young man's expression changed when he saw it, and then his expression instantly became respectful. Yes, it does. Honored guests, please wait a moment. I'll report your arrival right away. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man bowed respectfully to Yan Yi, and then he turned around and left. Moreover, it only took a moment for an attendant to quickly serve Yan Yi high-quality tea. There was a trace of surprise in Yan Yi's eyes when he saw the tea because it was actually low-grade saint-rank tea. Yan Yi glanced at the gold card in his hand and said, This thing is really quite useful. It didn't take long for the young man to return, and he walked over to Yan Yi and bowed slightly. I'm sorry. Manager Bai is still entertaining guests. So, I'm unable to see her. Yan Yi asked. How long will it take? The young man replied respectfully. Around an hour or two. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. It's fine. I'll wait. All right. The young man continued. My name is Shaoli. Please feel free to tell me if you need anything. The young man turned around and left once he finished speaking. After the young man left, Yan Yi closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The main problem in his trip wasn't the Thousand Crane sect or the Mo clan, it was Xiao Yushi. Even though she had some feelings for him and believed that she was his wife, her memories hadn't recovered. Yan Yi was able to sense that she was in immense pain. Besides that, in Yan Yi's opinion, only Xiao Yushi with her complete memories was the complete Xiao Yushi, and it was the same for her. Xiao Yushi who had her memories sealed wasn't complete. So, his main objective this time was to find a way to restore her memories. If he wanted to accomplish that, Then he had to act against her master. A thought and a plan gradually appeared in Yang Ye's mind. Suddenly, a woman in a red dress arrived in the hall. Shaoli suddenly appeared out of nowhere when she arrived here. Shaoli hurriedly ran over to her and was about to speak when she waved her hand. Has Bai Xiangyao still not finished? Shaoli hurriedly replied. Young miss, Manager Bai isn't done yet. The woman in a red dress suddenly slapped her palm against the table by her side, and it was instantly blasted into powder. She roared furiously. Bai Xiangyao is really getting more and more arrogant. Even making me, Li Xueqing, wait an hour doesn't seem sufficient for her? Does she intend to make me wait a day? Shaoli hurriedly bowed respectfully. Young Miss Li, please calm yourself. Manager Bai is really entertaining a guest. She gave the order that no one is allowed to disturb her. Once she's done, I'll immediately slap. Meanwhile, Li Xueqing suddenly slapped Shaoli, and a mouthful of blood instantly sprayed from the latter as his figure was blasted flying. In the end, his figure smashed against the wall before crashing to the ground. Tell her or anyone else that if I don't see her in 15 minutes, then I'll just take those cloud shuttles myself. Li Xueqing glanced coldly at Shaoli, who was lying on the ground. Don't even think that she can't act arrogantly to my Li clan just because she closed a huge deal. Tell her that she and her Bai family aren't qualified. Yan Yi flicked his finger, and a gust of wind instantly appeared beneath Shaoli and helped him up. Yang Yi said, You can leave. Shaoli hurriedly bowed to Yang Yi, and then he withdrew himself in a sorry state. Li Xueqing suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Why did you do that? Yang Yi glanced at her. No reason at all. Li Xueqing was just about to speak when Bai Xiangyao walked out from inside with a woman in a green and white dress. Don't worry, young Miss Yi. I've given the orders to prepare everything you've asked for. As for that cloud shuttle, I'll send someone with you. You can use anything you need. Bai Xiangyao gazed at the woman and spoke softly, and her attitude was rather respectful. The woman nodded lightly. It'll be troubling young Miss Bai. It's my duty. Bai Xiangyao smiled. If young Miss Yi comes to Sky Capital City in the future, feel free to let me know if you need anything. Of course. The woman continued. It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. The woman turned around with the intention to leave once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Li Xueqing suddenly obstructed her path, and it caused her to frown slightly. Who are you? Li Xueqing said. I heard that you intend to borrow a cloud shuttle? The woman nodded slightly. Li Xueqing laughed coldly. I'm sorry, but they can't be lent to you. The woman asked. Why? Li Xueqing didn't answer the woman, and she gazed at Bai Xiangyao, who was frowning instead. She withdrew a command token and said, Bai Xiangyao, the headquarters have ordered that the command of all cloud shuttles in Sky Capital City are to be temporarily handed over to my Cloud Illumination City. I'll be sending my people to fly all the cloud shuttles to Cloud Illumination City. Bai Xiangyao glanced at the command token and frowned. Why haven't I received any orders from the headquarters? You'll get it very soon, Li Xueqing continued. Now I'm taking all the cloud shuttles. So, order all your subordinates to provide their full cooperation to me. Bai Xiangyao glanced at Li Xueqing, glanced at the command token in Li Xueqing's grasp, and then pondered deeply for a short moment. The command token is authentic. I'll command them to cooperate with you and allow you to take the cloud shuttles. However, one has to be left for young Miss Yi. So, you can only take 9. Li Xueqing laughed coldly. Bai Xiangyao, did you not hear me clearly? All right. I'll repeat myself one more time. The headquarters want me to take control over all the cloud shuttles. Sky Capital City has 10, so I'm taking all 10. Understand? Bai Xiangyou's face fell. One must be given to young Miss Yi. Her? Li Xueqing sized up the woman with a cold gaze, and then she laughed with ridicule. Why should she be given one? Bai Xiangyao, I'm telling you that I'm not going to do that. Young miss, we don't seem to know each other, right? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly gazed at Li Xueqing. Why are you filled with hostility towards me? Li Xueqing replies. I just can't stand the sight of you, alright? The woman glanced at Li Xueqing and asked. Why? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. She's clearly looking for trouble with you. Bai Xiangyao didn't speak, but there was a trace of pity in her eyes when she looked at Li Xueqing. Li Xueqing was instantly stunned by the woman's question, and then she pointed a finger at the woman. Bitch! I can't stand the sight of you, understand? I don't like you, so I'm not lending a cloud shuttle to you. Do you understand now? How presumptuous! Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao roared furiously. Li Xueqing, apologize to young Miss Yi right now. Otherwise, I won't let you leave this hall. You're the one who's being presumptuous. Li Xueqing roared furiously. Bai Xiangyao, who do you think you are? I won't be able to leave this hall. You'll do that? She clapped her hands together at this point, and then two old men appeared behind her. High-rank saints. Bai Xianjiu's face fell. Meanwhile, Li Xueqing suddenly pointed at the woman. I suspect that there's something off about her. Restrain her and question her properly. One of the old men behind her stretched out his hand and intended to grab the woman. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened wide, and then there was extreme shock in his eyes. The color in his eyes gradually faded, and then he fell backwards to the ground. There was a blood-red hole at the center of his forehead, and a bamboo sword had suddenly appeared in the woman's grasp. Yang Yi suddenly stood up while shock filled his eyes. Li Xueqing and the old man behind her were stunned. When he saw the bamboo sword in the woman's grasp, the old man behind Li Xueqing immediately cried out involuntarily. You're Apex City's sword lover Yi Miaozhu. The woman nodded. I am. The old man seemed like he was struck by lightning upon hearing her, and his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. As for Li Xueqing, she was in a worse state and had slumped down to the ground. Yi Miaozhu paid no attention to them. She put her bamboo sword away, glanced at Yang Yi, and then moved around them and left the hall. Yang Yi watched her figure vanish before he withdrew his gaze, and then he walked over to Bai Xiangyao. Manager Bai, I want to borrow a cloud shuttle from you. Bai Xiangyao was slightly stunned. She was about to speak when Li Xueqing suddenly stood up, and then she pointed a finger at Yang Yi and howled. You want to borrow one as well? On what basis? On what basis? Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 1101. Yang Yi gazed at Li Xueqing and spoke calmly. I'm not asking you for it. Li Xueqing laughed coldly. All the cloud shuttles throughout Sky Capital City are under my control now. Yang Yi ignored her and gazed at Bai Xiangyao. The latter pondered deeply for a moment, and then she asked, Young Master Yang, where are you heading? Yang Yi replied, 1,000 Crane Dimension. 1,000 Crane Dimension? Bai Xiangyao was slightly stunned, and then she said, You can travel with young Miss Yi. She's returning to Apex City, and she just happens to be passing by 1,000 Crane Dimension. Yang Yi asked, That woman from before? Bai Xiangyao nodded. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he nodded. All right. The cloud shuttles weren't ordinary things, and they weren't under Bai Xianjiu's control anymore, so it wasn't nice for him to cause her too much trouble. Bai Xiangyao grinned and said, Come with me. I'll send you there. Yang Yi nodded, and he intended to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, Li Xueqing suddenly obstructed his path. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What? Li Xueqing said. Apologize to me. Yang Yi was speechless. Li Xueqing's face became gloomy. Apologize to me. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he couldn't help but chuckled. I'm really very curious about why I should apologize to you. Give me a reason, all right? I can't stand the sight of you. Li Xueqing contained. Is that reason enough? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Based on your words and actions, I know that the power standing behind you is definitely not weak, and you should be someone who was spoiled and pampered since a young age. People like you are haughty and conceited, and they think they are the center of the universe. They think that everyone has to please them and act according to their will. If something doesn't go as you will it, then you'll be unable to stand the sight of that person. But you just so happen to have no ability at all. Your reliance is either your father or grandfather. Am I right? You're the one still has dared to speak like this to me. Li Zuiking's eyes narrowed slightly and said, I guarantee that you'll be the last. At this point, she moved aside and said, Kill him. Her goal was to kill him. Because she didn't want others to know how embarrassingly she'd acted just now and spread word of it. However, the old man behind her hadn't even acted when her eyes opened wide. Because Yang Yi had appeared in front of her. At the same time, Yang Yi's hand had clamped down tightly on her throat. How dare you! The old man's expression changed drastically, and he shouted furiously. Quickly let go of my young miss! Bai Xianzhou's expression had changed slightly as well, and she quickly spoke. Young Master Yang, please don't act rashly. She knew Yang Yi's temper and character well, and she knew that he was one who knew no restraint. Yang Yi glanced at Bai Xiangyao and said, Don't worry, Miss Bai. I had a sudden urge to give her a lesson. Yang Yi turned his head to gaze at Li Xueqing, and then he said, See? If you don't have any ability, then your life might be in another's hands at any moment. As for your father or grandfather, do you think they can save you at a time like this? If you dare to kill me, then my grand. Li Xueqing glared angrily at Yang Yi and seemed to intend to say something. However, Yang Yi suddenly slammed her against the ground. Bang! Her face instantly collided against the ground, and an explosion resounded as the ground cracked apart, while strands of blood sprayed out from the point of collision. Ah! A shrill cry instantly resounded. How dare you! The old man was furious, and he disregarded everything and immediately slapped his right palm towards Yang Yi. A ray of brilliant light greeted that palm of his. It had only just come into contact with his palm when the old man's expression changed drastically. Because the ray of light had pierced straight through his palm and shot through his shoulder as well. A stream of blood sprayed out from him. The old man was shocked and said, Who exactly are you? After all, Yang Yi had pierced through his palm with a single attack, and Yang Yi was only a half-saint. This time, the old man was shocked to the extreme. At the same time, he understood that he and his young miss had bit off more than they could chew again. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he lifted Li Xueqing up. At this moment, her beautiful face was covered in blood, and her features were distorted as well. You'll kill you! Li Xueqing gazed at Yang Yi and howled madly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly slammed her against the ground again. Bang! Blood sprayed towards the surroundings as the ground cracked further, and Li Zuiking's shrill cries resounded once more. You! The old man was horrified, and he seemed like he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at him and said, Attack me and see what happens! The old man's heart shook. He hesitated for an instant, and he didn't dare to attack in the end. However, it was naturally impossible for him to just watch as Li Xueqing was tortured like that. He immediately said, My young miss was insensible, and I apologize for her offense. Please do forgive her. He was no fool. This fellow before him possessed such terrifying strength and was just a half-saint. Such geniuses definitely possessed extraordinary backgrounds. If I didn't possess sufficient strength, you would have allowed your young miss to do as she pleased. But now that I do, you concede and apologize? If it was before this, then perhaps I would have accepted your apology. But it's too late now. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he lifted Li Xueqing up again. Is your head clearer now? If it isn't, and if you still can't discern the situation clearly, then it'll help you clear it up. All right? What exactly do you want? Li Xueqing gazed at Yang Yi with terror in her eyes. She was truly quite afraid of Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Do you understand the principle that I spoke of just now? What principle? As soon as Li Xueqing finished speaking, her head was slammed against the ground again. Bai Xiangyao couldn't bear to watch, but she didn't say anything and just looked away. The old man's profound energy surged while rage appeared on his face. However, he didn't dare to attack in the end. In the end, he could only shoot a pleading gaze at Bai Xiangyao. However, Bai Xiangyao clearly didn't want to interfere, so she immediately acted like she hadn't noticed his gaze. Yan Yi lifted her up and said, "Do you remember now?" I remember." Li Zuiking's voice carried terror in it as she spoke. I don't have strength, so my life might be in the hands of another at any moment. I really understand now. Don't hit me anymore." She actually started to cry at this point. Li Xiangyao finally couldn't continue watching anymore and said, "Young Master Yang." Yan Yi shrugged. "All right, now it seems like I'm the bad guy." He released her and said, "Since you've understood, then there's no need to continue this lesson. Now, let's talk about the cost. Your threats cause severe harm to my mind and heart. Such harm can't be healed without 500 violet crystals. As for the lesson I just gave you so that you understood how to act, I exhausted a huge amount of my mental strength. The fees for such tuition cost at least 500 violet crystals." At this point Yang Yi stretched out his hand and said, "The total is 1,000 violet crystals." "Thank you." Bai Xiangyao was speechless. Li Xueqing was stunned as well. As soon as she recovered from her shock, she immediately glared angrily at Yang Yi. 1,000 violet crystals. You think it's too little?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. "All right, give me 1,500 then." She glared angrily at Yang Yi. No one knew whether it was because of her anger or the injuries on her mouth, but she actually couldn't finish a full sentence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "What? Do you feel that's too little as well? Then..." "No." Li Xueqing suddenly interrupted Yang Yi. I don't think it's too little." Yang Yi stretched out his hand. "Then hand it over," Li Xueqing said. I don't have that much with me," Yang Yi replied. "Then we'll continue your lesson." Li Zuiking's expression changed drastically when she heard him, and she hurriedly said, "I can withdraw them." "I'll withdraw them here." Yang Yi nodded. "Then do it quickly. I'm in a rush." Li Xueqing glanced at Yang Yi, and then she withdrew a gold card and passed it to Bai Xiangyao. Bai Xiangyao glanced at her, and then she turned around and left. In next to no time, Bai Xiangyao walked over and passed a spatial ring to Yang Yi. "There are 1,500 violet crystals in there." Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he took it while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. If these 1,500 violet crystals were included, then he had 4,000 right now. That was a huge sum. Bai Xiangyao said, "Let's go." Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Li Xueqing suddenly asked, What's your name?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "What? You intend to get even with me later?" Li Xueqing didn't dare look him in the eyes and spoke softly. No. Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's fine. If you want to look for trouble with me, you can come to White Deer Academy at any time." "Right, my name is Shuwushin." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked off in a very carefree manner. Shuwushin. Li Xueqing clenched her fist slowly. Chapter 1102. "Thank you." Bai Xiangyao spoke abruptly while they traveled to the cloud shuttle. "For what?" Yang Yi gazed at her with slight bewilderment. Bai Xiangyao spoke softly. "Thank you for not killing her. I would have to face a huge amount of trouble if you killed her in my branch." Yang Yi replied. "I'm not a maniac." "Right, who was that young Miss Yi?" It looked like Li Xueqing and the old man were extremely afraid of her, and they didn't even dare to make a sound after she killed one of them. Bai Xiangyao shook her head slightly. "She's no ordinary person. Not to mention killing one of them, nothing would happen to her even if she killed all of them. Li Xueqing was pampered and spoiled from a young age, and she can be considered to have caused a huge amount of trouble this time. I presume that she won't be able to leave her home for a long time once she returns after this." Yang Yi was quite curious. What is that young Miss Yes background? Bai Xiangyao spoke solemnly. She's from Apex City. Yan Yi spoke honestly. I've never heard of it. The corners of Bai Xianjiao's mouth twitched, and a short while passed before she laughed bitterly. Don't say that to anyone or you'll be laughed at for being ignorant. Apex City is ranked at the 3rd place amongst all the cities throughout the Central Divine Prefecture, and it's extremely famous. Apex City isn't a diamond rank power, but many diamond rank powers dare not offend it. Especially the current city governor Yi Lanxia. He's called the #1 sword in the Central Divine Prefecture, and he's ranked at the 10th position on the martial rankings. The 10th? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The top 10 was quite terrifying. After all, Feng Qingyi was extremely strong, but he was only ranked at the 21st. So, Yang Yi could imagine how terrifying Yi Lanxia, who was ranked at the 10th, would be. Bai Xiangyao nodded. Besides a few diamond rank powers, there are very few powers that dare to offend Apex City. As for daring to go against it, there are even fewer. Because not to mention anything else, just Yi Lanxia alone is sufficient to be a huge headache for many powers. Unless an emperor descends here, no one is capable of doing anything about an existence like him. Yang Yi suddenly asked. What's Yi Miao's connection to Yi Lanxia? She's his younger sister. Bai Xiangyao continued. She's a very kind and gentle person, and her reputation in the prefecture is extremely good. Moreover, she's extremely strong as well. But no one knows how strong she is. Because she rarely gets angry, and coupled with the fact that no one dares to offend her, her true strength has always been a mystery. Yang Yi asked. She isn't ranked on the martial rankings? Bai Xiangyao shook her head. She isn't. However, it isn't because of her strength. It wouldn't be a problem for her to ascend the martial rankings with the strength she possesses. As for why she hasn't, perhaps it's because of her character. Bai Xiangyao suddenly stopped and said, We're here. Yang Yi looked up and saw a huge cloud shuttle not too far away from them. Both of them got on the cloud shuttle and met Yi Miaozhu. The latter glanced at Yang Yi, and then shot a puzzled gaze at Bai Xiangyao. Bai Xiangyao said, Young Miss Yi, young Master Yi intends to head to Thousand Crane Dimension. You just happen to be passing by Thousand Crane Dimension on the way back to Apex City. So? Yi Miaozhu nodded lightly. No problem. Bai Xiangyao grinned, and then she glanced at both Yang Yi and Yi Miaozhu. Take care. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. It didn't take long for the cloud shuttle to depart. On the deck, Yi Miaozhu suddenly asked, You're a sword cultivator? Yang Yi nodded. She asked another question. You've attained void rank sword intent? Yang Yi nodded again and said, Your sword intent should have attained the void rank as well, right? She nodded lightly, and then glanced at him. I rarely see sword cultivators outside Apex City. Want to have a spar? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, This doesn't seem to be a suitable place. Yi Miaozhu said, There's no need for a battle. He looked ahead and continued, Feel that? The cloud shuttle is speeding up. It won't take long for its speed to arrive at an extremely terrifying level. At that time, even a high-rank saint might be torn into bits without the protection provided by the rooms here. Yang Yi said, Go on. She lightly combed the hair by her ear and spoke softly. Let's see who'll be the first one to be unable to endure it, all right? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, All right. She nodded lightly and didn't speak further. Yang Yi didn't speak as well, and they both looked ahead. The cloud shuttle was growing faster and faster, and its speed had surpassed the peak of a half-saint. The powerful wind pressure striking against them already started to make them feel slightly uncomfortable. Another while passed, and the wind was like countless sharp blades that were ceaselessly cutting their bodies. At least that was what they felt right now. Meanwhile, a strand of sword intent suddenly surged out from within Yi Miaozhu, and then it instantly formed an invisible barrier in front of her. In an instant, she returned to normal, but the space before started to ripple strangely. On the other hand, Yang Yi didn't do anything. He just allowed his body to be struck by the high-speed wind around him. Even though the cloud shuttle was very fast, it wasn't fast enough to tear open his body. Unless it attained a speed similar to when he executed death by a thought with his full strength, otherwise it was impossible for his body to be torn apart. But the Cloud Shuttle's current speed was far from attaining such speed. Yan Yi gradually felt his body become hot, and it felt like something was trying to tear it apart. However, such speed was far from sufficient to actually tear his body apart. Yi Miaozhu had her hands behind her back while her eyes were closed. She seemed like she was in a meditative state. The friction created from moving at high speeds seemed to not affect her at all. Unlike Yan Yi, she was using her sword intent to resist it, and Yan Yi was using his body. Time passed by slowly, and the Cloud Shuttle's speed gradually arrived at its limits. At this moment, there actually were threads of flames on Yan Yi's body. Presently, he didn't just feel a slight feeling of something trying to tear his body apart, it hurt instead. It was like he was being minced into pieces. Moreover, the bones through his entire body had started to make cracking noises. Yi Miaozhu was still calm as before. But the space around her had started to ripple like tidal waves. A long time passed before the Cloud Shuttle started to gradually slow down. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Yan Yi. "Your body is at the Divine Fortitude realm." Yan Yi didn't try to conceal it and nodded. "How surprising," Yi Miaozhu said. "As a sword cultivator, your body has actually arrived at the Divine Fortitude realm. If someone didn't know you were a sword cultivator, they would definitely think you are a body cultivator," Yan Yi replied. "To be honest, I thought you were a weak woman when I first met you. Because I didn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of profound energy from you, and I didn't sense a trace of sword intent as well." Yi Miaozhu grinned. "I wanted to witness your cultivation in the sword Dao, but you didn't utilize your sword intent. Let's have a spar if we have a chance in the future." Yan Yi continued. "I rarely meet formidable sword cultivators. Especially sword cultivators in the younger generation. You're actually the first I've ever met." Sparring with sword cultivators, and especially formidable sword cultivators, was extremely beneficial to the improvement of his own sword Dao. Even though everyone used the sword, every person had a different Dao of the sword. If they could spar and learn from each other, then it would definitely be beneficial to both of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable to do that now, and he didn't have the time as well. Yi Miaozhu smiled. "Come to Apex City and you'll meet many," Yan Yi replied. "I'll definitely go have a look if I have the time." Suddenly, Yan Yi and Yi Miaozhu's expressions changed, and they simultaneously turned around to look towards the distance. A black spot was rushing towards them from the horizon. It took less than a breath of time for a black-robed and emaciated old man to appear before them. A quasi-emperor. Yi Miaozhu's face fell. Yan Yi glanced at the old man, and then he glanced at Yi Miaozhu. Obviously, she was the old man's target because he didn't recognize the old man at all. The old man's gaze descended onto Yi Miaozhu, and he said, "Your void flash sword technique really is formidable. You were even able to shake me off. Unfortunately, you're heavily injured now, so I presume you're unable to execute it again. Now, are you going to come willingly with me, or should I take you by force?" "She's heavily injured." Yan Yi's pupils constricted as he turned around to gaze at Yi Miaozhu, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected that she was actually heavily injured. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yi Miaozhu gazed at the old man and said, "How did your evil faction locate my whereabouts?" "The evil faction?" Yan Yi gazed at the old man. "He's actually from the evil faction." He didn't know much about the evil faction, but based on what had heard in the past, it was an extremely terrifying power. "You don't need to know that," the old man continued. "Don't worry. My evil faction won't kill you. We just need your older brother to help us do something. Of course, if he refuses." "Haha. I believe that so long as you're in our hands, then he will definitely not refuse, and he wouldn't dare to refuse either." Yi Miaozhu fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "Allow this friend of mine to leave, and then he'll go with you." "That won't do." The old man shook his head slightly. I can't let Apex City know that you've fallen into the hands of my evil faction for now. So, he must die. I think you should die instead. Suddenly, Yan Ye's voice resounded, and then he swiftly drew his sword. A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy tore through the sky, and it shot towards the old man. It was 100 overlapped heaven rents. Chapter 1103. Even though he had a good impression of Yi Miaozhu, Yang Yi wasn't interested in interfering with the enmity between Apex City and the evil faction. He had a huge number of enemies already, and he would really be courting death by adding the evil faction to the list. That was why Head had the intent to leave earlier, but he hadn't expected that the old man would actually want to kill him to keep him quiet. Now, he had no choice but to interfere. In Yan Ye's opinion, he tried his best not to cause trouble, but if others insisted on looking for trouble with him, then he wouldn't hold back at all. His attitude towards life was to never shrink back and fight if he wasn't pleased. What if he couldn't defeat his enemy? Then flee. The enemy was a quasi-emperor, so he hadn't held back when he attacked. Because they were very close and coupled with the fact that Yan Yi had launched a sudden attack, Yan Ye's sword energy had arrived in front of the old man when the old man had just recovered from his shock. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted in the sky, and then the cloud shuttle shook violently and started to sway from left to right. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to calm once more. Meanwhile, Yan Yi and Yi Miaozhu's figures had vanished from the cloud shuttle. I made a mistake in my judgment this time. The emaciated old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he transformed into a black ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Yan Yi had naturally fled. He hadn't fought a quasi-emperor in the past, but he knew that unless he used all his trump cards like using his intent and laws with the Brink laws, or the ultimate version of death by a thought, it would be utterly impossible to defeat the old man. But once he utilized those trump cards, it would be equivalent to putting his life on the line. At this moment, he had no intention to risk his life against the old man. Yan Yi had taken Yi Miaozhu along with him as he fled. She was heavily injured, so it was impossible for her to be a match for the old man. Once he was done with her, the old man would definitely come for him. So, he took her with him. After all, based on her identity, she would have definitely sought assistance from Apex City. Perhaps the experts of Apex City were already on the way. Sure enough, Yi Miaozhu, who was held by the waist in Yan Ye's arms, said, "Hold on for 15 minutes. The forces of my Apex City are on the way. It'll take 15 minutes at most for them to get here." 15 minutes? Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure they'll be able to locate you accurately? Yi Miaozhu replied. Yes. Yan Yi nodded lightly. All right. As he spoke, he placed her on his back, and then the sword wings swiftly unfolded behind him. Yan Ye's speed suddenly rose explosively under the assistance of the sword wings, and he transformed into a speck of light that vanished into the horizon. That wasn't the end of it. Yan Yi had even activated the laws of speed. With both the sword wings and laws of speed enhancing his speed, Yan Ye's speed had arrived at an extremely terrifying level. The space in his wake instantly cracked apart before shattering into pieces, and because he was too fast, fine cracks had even started to appear slowly throughout his body. Yan Yi didn't dare to utilize his physical strength to increase his speed further. Because if he did that, then the old man wouldn't have to catch up to him before he would cripple himself. His current speed was at the limits of his bodhi's endurance. Yi Miaozhu suddenly said, He's getting closer. Yan Yi asked, How strong is the evil faction? Yi Miaozhu pondered deeply for a short moment and said, Very strong. Yan Yi asked, How strong is very strong? Yi Miaozhu replied, Have you heard of the Nether Pavilion? Yan Yi answered, I have. She said, They dare to go against the Nether Pavilion. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched. A short while passed before he laughed bitterly and thought to himself, Old man Xiao, you can't blame me for this. I really didn't cause trouble this time. It was they who came to look for trouble with me. After all, If Dean Xiao found out that Yang Yi had offended the evil faction, then one could only imagine how furious he would be. Yi Miaozhu spoke softly. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Yang Yi shook his head. I brought it onto myself. He added, How strong is that old geezer? A senior quasi-emperor. Yi Miaozhu spoke solemnly. Your cultivation is too low, so you're no match for him. You just have to delay him for 15 minutes, and then we'll be safe. Yang Yi said. I can sense that he's growing closer. It won't even take 15 minutes, he'll catch up to us in 100 breaths of time at most. Then put me down, Yi Miaozhu said. I should be able to keep him busy for a short while. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Are you joking? Of course not. Yi Miaozhu continued. I dragged you into this, and I feel sorry for that. So, how can I make you go down with me? Based on your strength and speed, if you flee on your own, then you have a very good chance of staying alive until the experts of my apex city arrive. I'm really quite tempted by that. Yang Yi shook his head. Unfortunately, it's too late now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stopped fleeing because the emaciated old man was standing not too far ahead of them. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi and he said, You're a sword cultivator from Apex City, right? What a failure in judgment. Needless to say, the sword cultivators of your Apex City really are not bad. Not to mention Yi Langxia, just that little girl's attainments in the sword Dao are absolutely formidable. Even I almost suffered an injury by accident. As for you, a tiny little half-saint actually possessed such attainments in the sword Dao. That's very rare as well. Yang Yi sighed softly. I cultivated in Apex City for a few dozen years, and I finally left Apex City recently. I thought that I would have no need to fear anyone below the Emperor realm. But after I met Senior, I realized that this world isn't as I imagined. Just like this very moment. I feel like I'm stuck in quicksand and am absolutely powerless. He naturally wasn't foolish enough to tell the old man that he was from White Deer Academy. White Deer Academy couldn't endure another battle, so being considered as a member of Apex City was exactly what he wanted. Yi Miaozhu glanced at Yang Yi but remained silent. There was a trace of interest in the old man's eyes when he heard Yang Yi. You know your limits well. Even though your strength isn't bad, you really can't fight back against me. However, your speed is really not bad. I'm afraid that very few at the same realm of cultivation would be able to compare to you. Yang Yi sighed. Unfortunately, all of that is useless before Senior. Even though I know that you're buying time, I have to say that I don't really want to kill you. Unfortunately, I have no other choice. It's related to the grand plans of my evil faction, so you can't be allowed to live. The emaciated old man was about to attack once he finished speaking. Yang Yi suddenly said, Wait. The old man asked. What? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and his face was covered in resolve. Senior, I cultivated for a few dozen years in Apex City, and I cultivated a sword technique for over 10 years. It's called God Slaughter. It's said to even be capable of killing emperors in an instant. Since I started cultivating it until now, I've never executed it in battle. Now that I've met Senior, I know that my time is over, but I hope that Senior will be able to give me a chance to execute God Slaughter. In that way, he'll be able to die without regrets. God Slaughter? The old man was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Yi Miaozhu. Does your Apex City have such a sword technique? It can even kill emperors in an instant? Yi Miaozhu was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly pinched her butt. Yi Miaozhu's face instantly flushed red. She nodded, and then lowered her head to gaze at Yang Yi while a trace of embarrassment and anger could be seen in her eyes. The old man gazed at Yang Yi once he saw Yi Miaozhu nod. Even emperors can be killed in an instant. Now that you've said that, I'm really quite curious. Alright, execute it. Let me see if this God Slaughter you speak of is really that strong. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, it might kill you in an instant. Are you really willing to let me execute it? What a joke! The old man laughed with ridicule. Kill me in an instant? Not to mention a mere half-saint like you, even a quasi-emperor can only dream of killing me, Kurong, in an instant. Go on. Feel free to attack. Let me see how great you are. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then an intent sword condensed in his grasp. His void-rank sword intent surged out explosively, and the space around him instantly started to ripple. It was an absolutely shocking sight. After that, Yang Yi took a step forward, and the intent sword in his grasp shook violently. Wham! A sword howl pierced the sky. In next to no time, countless rays of light appeared around Yang Yi. Under the effects of his void-rank sword intent, all of these rays of sword energy emanated ear-piercing sword howls without end. However, with Kurong's discerning ability, he was naturally able to instantly discern that most of those rays of sword energy were just after images, and there were only two that were real. Meanwhile, an ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp, and he sheathed the intent sword within it. As soon as his sword was sheathed, Yang Yi's aura instantly became extremely fierce and sharp, and it seemed like it could even pierce a hole through the sky. Kurong's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of seriousness in them. At the same time, his profound energy started to circulate. In an instant, countless white barriers of energy appeared above his skin. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there were at least 100 of these barriers overlapped on each other. Besides that, Head slowly clenched his right fist, and a dazzling ray of cold light flickered on his fist. As a quasi-emperor, he could be said to have experienced countless battles. So, he would naturally not do something like underestimating his opponent. After all, countless people had died from their carelessness. God, slaughter! As soon as Yang Yi's voice resounded, Kurong's expression changed slightly, and then he stretched his right hand forward. The entire expanse of space before him instantly became ethereal. However, Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Head fled. Kurong was stunned when he witnessed this scene, and then his face immediately became gloomy. Had actually been tricked. Kurong relaxed his right fist, and he dispersed the defensive barriers around himself before intending to pursue Yang Yi. However, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Kurong's pupils constricted when he saw it, and it only took an instant for a sword to stab against the center of his forehead. Chapter 1104. Flee? Yang Yi had thought of that, and had done so. But the facts were that the old man's speed far surpassed his own, so he couldn't escape at all. If he tried to continue fleeing, then he would only be wasting his time and energy. So, after his plan to buy time had failed, he decisively chose to fight. Thus, Yang Yi had immediately executed death by a thought. However, he hadn't put all his strength in it, and merely enhanced it with the sword wings and laws of speed. Even then, when it was coupled with death by a thought's inherent speed, his speed had arrived at a terrifying level. Everywhere he passed, even space was instantly torn apart, and the spatial tear was spreading swiftly towards the surroundings. A huge spatial rift that seemed like a river gad appeared in the sky. As for Yang Yi's own body, it had started to be torn apart as well. But it wasn't that bad, and it was within the scope of his endurance. It was swift to the extreme. However, right when the tip of his sword was about to pierce through Kurong's skin, it couldn't move an inch further. Because Kurong's fingers had clamped down on Yang Yi's intent sword. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Pierce! Yang Yi grabbed the intent sword with both hands and spun it. Bang! Kurong's figure was blasted backwards, but Yang Yi's intent sword wasn't able to move an inch further. That attack of yours wasn't bad, and your plan wasn't bad as well. You've injured me, but it's far from sufficient to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, the intent sword in Yang Yi's grasp shattered, and then Kurong slammed his palm against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood before flying backwards with Yi Miaozhu on his back, and they flew over 5 kilometers away. As for Yi Miaozhu, the impact made her spit out a mouthful of blood as well. After he stopped his figure, Yang Yi glanced at his chest which had sunken down, and his expression was extremely serious. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying the strength of quasi-emperors were. Your cultivation of the body isn't bad. You've really surprised me quite a bit. As soon as Ku Rong finished speaking, he instantly appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he swung his sword with extreme haste. Bang! At the moment his sword swung down, Yang Yi felt mincing pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying again. This time, he hadn't even been able to see how the old man attacked. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu suddenly spoke from behind him. 100 breaths of time. Well, be saved in 100 breaths of time. Even 10 breaths of time are a problem. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, Ku Rong took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed and immediately tossed Yi Miaozhu away. After that, a pillar of blood shot into the air. At the same time, a terrifying ray of bloody light surged out from within him and instantly pushed Ku Rong away. An emperor-rank sword? And it's even a sword of slaughter! A wisp of surprise flashed through Ku Rong's eyes. You are actually able to suppress such a sword. What formidable willpower! That sword is filled with the intent to slaughter and do evil, so I presume you aren't a good person as well, kid. If you're willing to swear on your soul that you'll join my evil face and pledge your loyalty to my evil faction, then I'll spare you today. All right? Slash! Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all. His figure immediately flashed and swung a ray of blood-red light at Ku Rong. If it was before this, he would definitely start talking nonsense with Ku Rong, but while his mind was still clear now, it was filled with the intent to kill. All he wanted to do right now was kill. When he had Heaven's gravestone in his grasp and enhanced it with void-rank swords intent and slaughter intent, Yang Yi's strength had instantly multiplied numerous times. Ku Rong's eyes narrowed when he saw Yang Yi attack, and he twisted his right palm lightly, causing a ray of white light to immediately appear on it. A moment later he slapped his palm at Yang Yi. Bang! The sword and palm collided, and the entire sky instantly started trembling. A wave of white energy and blood-red energy swept out swiftly towards the surroundings, and it instantly covered the entire sky. Blood-red sword energy shot into the sky from amidst the wave of energy. It didn't take long for the wave of energy in the sky to be torn apart and transformed into powder. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Ku Rong appeared within Yi Miaozhu's field of vision. She instantly frowned when she saw them because Yang Yi was clearly in a disadvantaged state. At this moment, even though Yang Yi was using Heaven's gravestone, the gap between their cultivations was truly too huge. Moreover, his skill in combat was extremely inferior to Ku Rong. If he wasn't relying on Heaven's gravestone and his 2 types of void rank intent, he would have lost a long time ago. It was only because of them that had been barely able to fight Ku Rong. Yi Miaozhu pondered deeply for an instant, and then her figure shot towards Ku Rong. When she arrived around 10 m away from Ku Rong, a few hundred rays of green sword energy suddenly surged out from within him and shot towards Ku Rong. Once the green sword energy arrived before Ku Rong, they suddenly shook before instantly merging into a huge green sword. After that, the huge green sword's speed rose explosively, and instantly appeared behind Ku Rong. Ku Rong's eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the huge sword assault him while he was still fighting Yang Yi, and he swiftly slapped his palms towards his sides. Bang! 2 rays of white light swiftly swept out from his palms and instantly blasted both Yang Yi and Yi Miaozhu away. Yang Yi was in a comparatively better state. As soon as had been blasted away, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards Ku Rong. But Yi Miaozhu immediately lost her ability to fight once she was blasted flying. After all, she was heavily injured, and attacking just now had caused her injuries to worsen. Now that she's been blasted away by Ku Rong, and it was obvious how terrible her current state was. Actually, the state Yang Yi was in wasn't much better. Ku Rong's strength was entirely sufficient to pierce through his defenses, so he was covered in injuries as well. Yang Yi felt quite aggrieved because this entire incident had nothing to do with him, but had offended a quasi-emperor for merely traveling on the same shuttle as Yi Miaozhu, and that quasi-emperor even intended to kill him to keep him quiet. It could be said that had really been dragged into this battle because of bad luck, but he had no choice but to fight it. 10 breaths of time. Suddenly Yi Miao's voice resounded. Bang! Meanwhile, Yan Yi was blasted away again, but just like before, his body had been able to endure it by force. If it were any other ordinary half-saint, just one attack of mine would have blasted him into pieces. Yet you are able to persist after suffering so many attacks from me. Your body has arrived at the divine fortitude realm. As he spoke, Kurong was about to attack. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned around. A ray of light had suddenly torn its way out of the space behind him, and the scene of this caused Kurong's expression to change again and swiftly slap his palm towards it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Kurong was pushed over 500 m back. Kurong glanced at his palm. At this moment, a hole had appeared at the center of his palm, and it caused his eyes to narrow slightly. A moment later, his figure shot explosively towards Yi Miaozhu. When he witnessed this scene, Yan Yi didn't hesitate to stomp his foot against the space beneath him, and his figure transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot forward explosively, and instantly arrived in front of Kurong. Fuck off! Kurong roared furiously as he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he smashed it forward. Bang! The sword and fist collided, and the space around them instantly collapsed. However, it merely took an instant for the space there to be restored. Meanwhile, Yan Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light as he flew backwards. But it only took a moment for him to grab Heaven's gravestone with both hands and swing it forcefully at Kurong. This caused Kurong's expression to become ferocious. Die! As soon as he spoke, Kurong was about to attack. However, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he didn't hesitate to flash away and appear 3 kilometers away. Yan Yi had stopped as well. The space throughout the area in front of him had started to tremble, and it seemed like something was about to emerge from within it. As expected of the 10th on the martial rankings. Suddenly, Kurong's voice resounded. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at Kurong, and Kurong's gaze was on him as well. I'll remember you! Kurong's figure shook and vanished on the spot. At the exact moment that Kurong vanished, a ray of light suddenly tore through space and appeared where had been standing. Even though it was a little late, Yan Yi was astounded to watch it actually slice through the space there and enter the spatial rift. Bang! An explosion resounded over 10,000 kilometers away. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he turned around, and there was a man not too far away from him. The man wore an ink-black robe, and he wore a black felt hat. His icy cold and proud eyes seemed like they saw nothing before them, and his deep eyes were filled with a calm expression. There was a black sword hanging on his waist. The sword was around 1 m long, and there was a short piece of black string tied to the hilt. There was a tiny pocket-sized sword at the end of the string. The man's gaze descended onto Yan Yi, and a short while passed before he frowned. A sword of slaughter? Yan Yi flipped his palm, and the blood-red sword started to become faint. At the same time, boundless slaughter intent started to surge back into him, while his body started to slowly return to normal. In next to no time, Yan Yi had returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu walked over towards them. The man glanced at her, and there was a wisp of gentleness in his eyes. Are you all right? Yi Miaozhu nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. It was all thanks to him. She flicked over a jade scroll while she spoke. The Void Flash Sword Technique. It's at the mid-grade of the Emperor rank. Once cultivated to its limits, you'll be able to travel 250,000 kilometers in an instant. If your profound energy is sufficient, then even emperors wouldn't be able to catch up to you. Of course, it contains endless secrets. You can study it yourself in the future. The man frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene, but he didn't speak a word. 250,000 kilometers. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched. What did that represent? It represented that so long as he possessed sufficient profound energy, quasi-emperors wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. Yan Yi didn't refuse it and took it immediately. Thank you. It's I who should be thanking you. Yi Miaozhu nodded lightly, and then she gazed at the man. Is my life only worth a single emperor rank technique? The man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he flicked a black talisman to Yan Yi. Activate it if you encounter trouble. They'll definitely be there within 15 minutes, and I won't refuse if it's within the scope of my ability. Yan Yi glanced at the black talisman in his grasp and didn't refuse it. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu spoke. If you're free, then you're welcome to come visit Apex City. Yan Yi replied. Of course. Yi Miaozhu nodded lightly, and then both of them vanished on the spot. Once Yi Miaozhu and the man left, Yan Yi pondered deeply for a short while before his expression suddenly changed. 1,000 crane dimension! Chapter 1105. Yan Yi had quite an unsightly expression on his face because he had to get to 1,000 crane dimension by tonight. But the problem was that he didn't have a cloud shuttle anymore. Moreover, that wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that he didn't know where 1,000 crane dimension was. Had never known the way, and coupled with the grand battle with the old man just now, he didn't know where he was anymore. Even if he did, he wouldn't know how to get to 1,000 crane dimension. After all, just traveling slightly off course might make him miss 1,000 crane dimension. So, he had to ask someone. Yan Yi took a deep breath. He had to find someone, so he glanced towards the area below him. The area below him was covered in mountain ranges and plains, but not to mention humans, there weren't even any demon beasts. Yan Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he activated the dark sword wings and transformed into a ray of light that shot swiftly through the sky. Yan Yi's eyes were closed slightly in midair while he ceaselessly recalled the scenes from before. Obviously, that man from before was the 10th on the martial rankings, Yi Langxie. Was Yi Langxie strong? He was extremely strong. After all, he hadn't even arrived, but his sword energy had pushed a quasi-emperor back. Once he arrived, the quasi-emperor immediately retreated. So, wasn't it obvious how strong he was? Especially his sword technique, it had reached the acme of perfection and was extremely shocking. Yan Yi knew that Yi Langxie's attainments in the sword Dao weren't inferior to his one and might even far surpass his own. Was it embarrassing? No, he didn't think it was embarrassing at all. Had never considered himself to be the #1 expert in the sword Dao throughout the world. Conversely, it was just as Lady had said, had only just started on the path of the sword Dao. He had practically no one to teach him on the path of the sword Dao, and had discovered everything on his own. Besides that, he was aware that his sword Dao was unlike most people, so others were probably unable to teach him even if they wanted to. Actually, he knew very little about the sword Dao. All he knew was that he would rather die than submit, and had always continued on the path of the sword Dao while conforming to that. According to his own inference, his attainments in the sword Dao weren't bad, and perhaps the reason was because had always been ready to die rather than submit. It represented that there wasn't a flaw in his mental state. If a person was restrained by the laws of the world, then that person would be constantly hesitant when doing everything. Just like when someone was being bullied, that person's strength was clearly superior to the other person, but that person wouldn't dare to act out of consideration for the other person's background or something else. In that way, one would exercise forbearance. It was what they called small sacrifices for the greater good, or to put the overall situation above all else. Was that wrong? Actually, it wasn't. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it wasn't wrong. Because it was realistic. Sometimes, refusing to exercise forbearance and make small sacrifices would cause a huge amount of trouble instead. However, there were many occasions in this world where the other party wouldn't just let you go because you exercised forbearance. Sometimes one's forbearance would be treated as weakness. So, there were many occasions where forbearance would be repaid with even worse humiliation and bullying. Many people were like that. Give them an inch and they would take a yard. Of course, every single person had a different way of deciding on how to deal with the situation or if there was a need to exercise forbearance. It was impossible to say which path was right or wrong. In any case, Yan Yi usually wouldn't exercise forbearance. But he was very well aware that in order to do as he pleased and draw his sword at all, it required formidable strength or support. Relying on others wasn't truly reliable in the end, so relying on oneself was the true path to success. Strength. No matter what it was, only powerful strength could accomplish most things. Suddenly, Yan Yi opened his eyes and looked down. He saw a group of people flying forward below him. There were 6 people in the ground. 1 woman and 5 men, and the weakest amongst them was at the Exalt realm, while the strongest was a high-rank half-saint. Yan Yi didn't hesitate to flash over and appear before them. Their expressions changed when they saw Yan Yi suddenly appear in front of them, and they hurriedly drew their weapons and revealed vigilant expressions on their faces. "May I know who you are?" The leader of the group was a young man, and he was the strongest amongst them. At this moment, he was eyeing Yan Yi with hostility. Yan Yi glanced at them and said, "I have no ill intent towards all of you. I just want to ask about a place." "What place?" The young man spoke in a low voice while vigilance still filled his eyes. Yan Yi replied, "Thousand Crane Dimension." The young man was surprised, and the vigilance in his eyes faded slightly. "You're here to participate in the wedding as well?" Yan Yi was puzzled. "Wedding? What wedding? Don't you know?" The young man was astounded. "The Mo clan's young master Mo Yutian will be marrying the Thousand Crane Sex Xiaoyushi tomorrow. All the powers in an area of over 100,000 kilometers in the surroundings of Thousand Crane Dimension received the Thousand Crane Sex invitation." Yan Yi asked. "Wasn't he only going to propose?" "It's a wedding now," the young man replied. "Of course. If it was just a proposal, then why would the Thousand Crane sect have invited so many people?" Yan Yi's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He knew that had been tricked by Lin Yuan. The Mo clan wasn't coming to propose, it was going to unite them in marriage. A wisp of killing intent appeared in Yan Yi's eyes when he thought up to this point. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, "Are you?" Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the young man. "I'm heading there as well. Since we're going in the same direction, you wouldn't mind letting me come along, right?" Yan Yi stopped concealing his aura when he spoke up to this point. The young man glanced at Yan Yi, and he instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Yan Yi was just a high-rank half-saint just like him. Moreover, the vigilance in his eyes faded even more. He immediately said, "Since we're all heading to Thousand Crane Dimension, then we can go together." Yan Yi nodded. "How far are we from Thousand Crane Dimension?" The young man replied. "Based on our current speed, it'll take around 4 hours. 4 hours! Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Which direction is it at?" Had intended to go with them, but they were too slow, and he really lacked time right now. The young man glanced at Yan Yi, and then pointed towards the side. "Continue forward in that direction and you'll arrive at Thousand Crane Mountain Range. There's a teleportation formation deep in the mountains, and it leads to Thousand Crane Dimension." "Thank you." Yan Yi nodded and was about to leave. Meanwhile, 3 figures flashed over from afar, and it wasn't long before 3 men appeared in front of Yan Yi and the others. All of them were high-rank half-saints. The expressions of the others by Yan Yi's side instantly changed drastically when they saw these 3 men, and their weapons which they'd put away were drawn once more. "Tsk. I never expected to encounter all of you from Autumn Mountain faction. Gung Chio, enemies really do always meet." The black-robed young man who led the group of 3 chuckled. The young man who led the group was Gung Chio, and he spoke gloomily. "Fan Yun, I never expected that your Green Mountain faction would have been invited by the Thousand Crane sect as well." "Of course we have." The black-robed man called Fan Yun laughed coldly. "Gung Chio, since you've encountered us brothers, then there's no need for all of you to head to Thousand Crane Dimension." The black-robed man raised his right hand and waved it. "Kill the men." "Right, don't kill Gung Chio's younger sister, Gung Yu." "Hee. Understood." The other 2 behind Fan Yun laughed coldly and were about to attack. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of Fan Yun, and the latter wasn't even able to react before Yang Yi's hand clamped down on his throat. Everyone here was stunned. Fan Yun's eyes even opened wide while shock filled them. Yang Yi gazed at Fan Yun for a short while before he released Fan Yun and said, "Fuck off!" He didn't know what enmity these two factions had, and he didn't want to know as well. The reason Head acted was only because he owed them for giving him directions, and that he couldn't stand the sight of these three fellows. Fan Yun glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Who are you?" Yang Yi paid no attention to Fan Yun, and he just turned around to gaze at Geng Qiu's group who were still stunned on the spot. "I'll send all of you there!" Geng Qiu instantly recovered from his shock when he heard Yang Yi, and then he cupped his fist towards Yang Yi. "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded and was about to leave. However, Fan Yun suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Are you looking down on my Green Mountain faction?" Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Fan Yun. "Speak another word and I'll cut off your head." Fan Yun's expression changed. He clenched his fists while his face was unsightly to the extreme, but he didn't dare to speak a word. Fan Yun's group of three watched as Yang Yi and the others vanished into the horizon. Not long after they left, Geng Qiu cupped his fists towards Yang Yi again. "Thank you. It was nothing. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now." Yang Yi instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. "How swift!" the woman by Geng Qiu's side exclaimed. One of the men asked, "Is he really a high-rank half-saint?" Another one in the group said, "He's definitely from a diamond-rank power." "All right, let's go now." Thousand Crane Dimension. Just like White Deer Dimension, Thousand Crane Dimension had its own residence. Thousand Crane City was the largest city in the dimension, and it was situated at the foot of the mountain where the Thousand Cranes sect resided. Yang Yi didn't stay in Thousand Crane City and immediately traveled to Thousand Crane sect. Of course, he didn't enter it openly, and he entered it smoothly while being concealed by the sword domain and laws of darkness. Yang Yi didn't dare to go too deep into the sect. After all, he couldn't act carelessly when facing a diamond-rank power. After hiding in the Thousand Crane sect for a long time, Yang Yi still hadn't been able to sense Xiaoyushi's presence. Right when he was about to go deeper into the sect, a familiar voice resounded from afar. "Young Master Mo will be coming to greet his wife tomorrow. Give the order that even our outer court students have to be dressed well. If young Master Mo takes a liking to them and takes them with him, then they would have achieved something in their lifetime." It was Lin Yiyin's voice. One of the disciples asked, "Elder Lin, I heard that young Master Mo has over 10 concubines. Is that true?" Lin Yuan replied, "Men with ability have many women. Isn't that very normal?" Meanwhile, someone else asked, "Why did junior sister Yushi refuse to marry young Master Mo? That bitch doesn't know how to appreciate things." Lin Yiyin's voice was gloomy and cold. "She's absolutely lucky that young Master Mo took a liking to her, yet she refused him repeatedly. Tomorrow, she has to marry him no matter what, even if she doesn't want to. All right, all of you go prepare for tomorrow." "Yes." It didn't take long for Lin Yuan to return to her room. Right when she closed her door, her shadow suddenly wriggled. Lin Yuan noticed it. Her expression instantly changed, and she was about to turn around. However, a sword was pressed against her throat. "Elder Lin, we meet again. That isn't the main point. The main point is I'd like to ask you if you remember what I said that day." Yang Yi's voice resounded by Lin Yiyin's ears. Lin Yiyin's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale when she heard his voice, and then her figure slumped down weakly onto Yang Yi's body. Chapter 1106. Lin Yuan was naturally afraid of him. She had personally witnessed everything Yang Yi had done in White Deer Academy. He was an absolute man, and he was a man who dared to do anything. Especially when he recalled what Yang Yi had said that she would do to her, it made her figure feel even weaker. She didn't think that Yang Yi was joking or wouldn't do it. Yang Yi wasn't interested in wasting time with her, so he immediately asked, "Where's Yushi?" Lin Yuan said, She's in the inner court. Hiss. Suddenly, a sword of light stabbed into Lin Yiyan's thigh, and her eyes opened wide. She was about to let out a shrill cry, but Yang Yi covered her mouth. Yang Yi twisted his wrist, the sword of light started spinning in her thigh. Lin Yiyan's face instantly turned ghastly pale. But Yang Yi didn't stop and continued twisting the sword in her thigh. Blood sprayed out like a torrent. Lin Yiyan's eyes were opened wide and had almost popped out from their sockets. It didn't take long for her body to start trembling violently. However, it didn't make a difference because Yang Yi was suppressing her with the sword domain and void rank sword intent. Coupled with his physical strength that was pressing down upon her, she wasn't able to resist at all. A while passed before Yang Yi stopped and said, "Have you thought it through now?" Lin Yuan nodded with force. Yang Yi moved his hand away from her mouth, and she spoke in a trembling voice. She's being kept in Thousand Darkness prison." Yang Yi's voice became icy cold. "She's being imprisoned?" Lin Yuyan's delicate figure trembled slightly when she noticed the change in Yang Yi's emotions, and she said, She seemed to have recalled a little of the past, and then she intended to leave. However, her master, Ding Lin, noticed her, and then she was imprisoned." Ding Lin? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pondered deeply for an instant before he said, "Why does Mo Yutian intend to marry Yushi? He's a playboy, and he usually wants to obtain any women he takes interest in." Lin Yuyan's voice was trembling. "He seems to have only a few dozen concubines on the surface, but his estate is actually filled with at least a few thousand women of all types. As for Yushi, it seems to be because Yushi acted very coldly to him, and even attacked him when they met. That aroused his interest instead, and then he made a bet with his friends that he would definitely get her," Yang Yi said. "In other words, it isn't the Mo clan's intention to make him marry Yushi, and it's his own?" Lin Yuan nodded lightly. "Your Thousand Crane sect is truly laughable," Yang Yi ridiculed. "You're a diamond rank sect at any rate, yet you sell off your own disciples to curry favor with a young master? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Lin Yuan spoke softly. "Diamond rank powers without divine grade spirit veins aren't true diamond rank powers at all." Yang Yi asked, "Did he agree to give the Thousand Cranes sect a spirit vein?" Lin Yuan nodded. "He has left the law faction, so he promised my Thousand Cranes sect that if Xiao Yushi is married to him, then that divine grade spirit vein will belong to my Thousand Cranes sect instead. My Thousand Cranes sect isn't able to refuse such a condition, so not to mention just Xiao Yushi, my Thousand Cranes sect would even agree to give him the sect master's daughter. So you're making my wife become another's concubine, and then obtain a divine grade spirit vein in return? The Thousand Cranes sect." Ha! Even though he was laughing, he had a ferocious expression on his face, and his laughter was ferocious. Lin Yuan said, It's best if you head there as soon as possible." Because she recalled something, so her master, Ding Lin, seems to intend to extract her past memories. Moreover, if it's necessary, her cultivation will even be crippled. In any case, as far as Mo Yutian is concerned, all women are just there to be played with. Yang Yi asked, "Where's Thousand Darkness prison?" "I can tell you, but you can't kill me." Lin Yuan started to state her conditions. She was no fool, and she knew that Yang Yi would definitely kill her once she was useless to him. Yang Yi replied, "All right." Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard Yang Yi's agreement. She knew that people like Yang Yi were extremely proud, and they wouldn't go back on their word. So she immediately said, "It's at the back of the sect, and it has 5 levels. It's used just to imprison the traitors of my Thousand Cranes sect and some other special captives. Xiao Yushi's misdeeds weren't severe, so she's probably on the 1st level." Hiss! Lin Yuan had just finished speaking when a strand of blood sprayed from her throat. Lin Yuyan's eyes opened wide. You promised." "I keep my word to people who keep their word, but why would I keep my word to someone who doesn't? Don't forget that you once lied to me. Now we're even." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi let go of her, and then he patted his own chest. In an instant, Snowy's head emerges from there. As soon as Snowy emerged, the spirit energy within Lin Yuan had just started to surge out. Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw that, and then she quickly opened her mouth and sucked all the spirit energy into her mouth. Because they were within the sword domain, so while quite a bit had happened in the room, the area outside the room was extremely calm. Even if someone passed by Lin Yuan's room, they wouldn't be able to sense anything out of the ordinary. It didn't take long for Snowy to absorb all the energy that seeped out from Lin Yuan. Once she was done, Snowy opened her mouth and spat out violet crystals in succession. Yan Yi quickly took them. After around 15 minutes passed, Snowy finally stopped, and Yan Yi had almost 100 violet crystals in his arms. 100! Yan Yi was visibly moved because killing a saint gained him 100 violet crystals, so 10 would equal 1,000. Yan Yi seemed to have found a path to riches. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly opened her mouth and yawned. She flew over to Yang Yi, wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's head and rubbed her head against his head. After that, she transformed into a white ray of light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Is that little fellow able to advance like Zier? Yang Yi noticed that the aura Snowy emanated changed every time she absorbed spirit energy. Especially this time, he felt like some sort of change had occurred in Snowy after she absorbed so much spirit energy. But he couldn't determine exactly what had changed. Snowy was a unique being of the world, and she was protected by the world. But he was being punished and penalized by the world. Needless to say, it was very strange for them to be together. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to arrive at the mountain behind Thousand Crane Sect, and he immediately saw a pitch-black palace there. The palace was linked to a huge mountain, and symbols covered the area around the palace and the mountain. Yan Yi knew that it was a formation. At this moment, the entrance to the palace was closed tightly. Yan Yi didn't dare act carelessly and didn't force his way in. Had sensed 2 formidable auras in Thousand Crane Sect, and one of them wasn't any inferior to Xiao Bieli. He knew it was a quasi-emperor's, and there were more than one. He was here to save Xiao Yushi, not attack the Thousand Crane Sect, so he had to keep a low profile. Yan Yi's luck wasn't bad. It didn't even take an hour for the entrance to be opened, and then a disciple of Thousand Crane Sect walked out from within the palace. Yan Yi seized the opportunity to transform into a shadow and enter the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Yan Yi immediately merged with the shadows in a corner. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to find Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi was seated cross-legged in a translucent barrier of light that was not too far away from him, and she had a rather haggard appearance. Yan Yi was delighted. He flashed over to the barrier of light. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi opened her eyes, and she was slightly stunned when she saw him. She said, "Huss!" She suddenly stopped at this point. Yan Yi was overjoyed instead. "Yushi, do you remember me now?" She glanced at him, and then there was a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes. "Just a little." Yan Yi was still overjoyed. "What have you recalled?" She gazed at him for a short while and said, "Mutual cultivation." Yan Yi's face froze. He naturally remembered that. Had utilized a mutual cultivation technique to save her all those years ago. He hadn't expected her to actually remember that. However, it was nothing to feel embarrassed about. In any case, they were husband and wife, so wasn't it very normal? Yan Yi's expression returned to normal, and he said, "Yushi, what else have you recalled?" She shook her head slightly. Yan Yi said, "It's fine. Don't worry, they'll find a way to restore your memories. Come, they'll get you out of here now." As he spoke, he was about to destroy the barrier of light that imprisoned her. Suddenly Yan Yi's expression changed, and then he withdrew his hand and vanished on the spot. At the exact moment that Yan Yi vanished, the entrance of the palace parted, and then a beautiful woman walked in. Xiao Yushi frowned slightly. "Master?" It was her master, Ding Lin. The beautiful woman walked over to the barrier of light and said, "Yushi, have you made your decision?" Xiao Yushi replied, "I have a husband." Even though she hadn't fully recovered her memories, she still remembered a little about what had occurred between her and Yang Yi. Ding Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Yushi, it's related to the future of my Thousand Crane sect. We have no choice, and you have no choice. Xiao Yushi remained silent. Looks like you insist on being thick-headed. Ding Lin waved her hand, and the barrier of light instantly vanished. She walked over to Xiao Yushi and said, Since it's like that, then I'll make you forget everything completely. Suddenly, Ding Lin's expression changed drastically. She suddenly turned around, and two strands of mysterious energy suddenly pressed down upon her at the exact moment that Shed turned around. It caused Ding Lin's figure to stiffen for a moment, and it was exactly that moment which allowed a sword of light to press against her throat. Ding Lin was shocked. Who are you? Yang Yi said. I don't want to waste my breath. Undo the seal on Yushi's memories right now. Do you know? Ding Lin was about to speak when a sword suddenly stabbed into her left shoulder. Her eyes opened wide, and she was about to scream for help, but Yang Yi covered her mouth with his left hand. Ding Lin was a high-rank saint, but unless she was an especially monstrous genius, ordinary high-rank saints were nothing to Yang Yi. After all, his current physical strength far surpassed the demon beast at the high rank of the saint realm. He hadn't consumed almost 100 adamantium fruits for nothing. After he stabbed her shoulder, Yang Yi didn't stop. He held tightly onto her mouth as the light sword on his right shoulder swiftly stabbed Ding Lin's body. His methods were very unique. Every single stab would cause the light sword to cut against her bones, and once the bone was completely sliced into bits, he would start on a completely new area. In less than 5 breaths of time, Ding Lin had been stabbed a few dozen times, and every single one of them had sliced off a little of her bones. Such pain caused Ding Lin's face to warp severely, and she hurriedly spoke in a hoarse voice. I'll undo. You will? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. No, we'll speak about that in a while. For now, let me get even with you for threatening my wife. As he spoke, the light sword stabbed down into Ding Lin's body again. Blood sprayed all over her, and Ding Lin was completely covered in blood. Chapter 1107. Surprisingly, Xiao Yushi didn't stop him when she witnessed this scene. She didn't remember much, but it was enough. She could sense that Yang Yi was angry, extremely angry. As for the reason, it was her. At this moment, a strand of unusual emotions arose from the depths of her heart. Ding Lin's body was twitching incessantly while her face was warped to the limit, and her eyes were filled with terror. Because Yang Yi had stabbed her no less than 100 times now. Every single stab sliced off a bit of her bones. Such sharp pain was undoubtedly like hellish torture to someone who hadn't purposely cultivated the body like her. She wanted to scream and howl, but she was helpless. Yang Yi's sword domain and sword intent were suppressing her completely, and she couldn't move a muscle. Yang Yi's sword was stabbing her incessantly, and it didn't take long for her to be soaked in blood. Yang Yi was naturally furious at her. Because if he was just a moment later, then Xiao Yushi's memories might have been completely erased by her. It was even to the extent that she might cripple Xiao Yushi's cultivation just to curry favor with that fellow, Mo Yuntian. Besides that, when he thought about how Shed once controlled Xiao Yushi by sealing Xiao Yushi's memories, he couldn't restrain his desire to kill her. Yang Yi finally stopped after 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, Ding Lin was on the verge of death, and her eyes were filled with terror. Her current expression was no different than the one Lin Yuan had revealed earlier. Yang Yi said, Now you can undo the seal on Yushi's memories. Right, you wouldn't play any tricks, right? Ding Lin shook her head hastily. Yang Yi released her hands, but his sword was still pressed against her throat. You can start now. Ding Lin's hands trembled as she stretched them forward and placed them on Xiao Yushi's head. In next to no time, 2 strands of mysterious energy surged out from her palms and entered Xiao Yushi's mind. Xiao Yushi instantly frowned, and pain was visible on her face. Yang Yi's expression changed. Meanwhile, Ding Lin hurriedly spoke. It's It's a normal reaction. Yan Ye's sword that was against her throat had immediately moved back when he heard her, and it allowed her to heave a huge sigh of relief. Time passed by slowly. It was torture for both Yang Yi and Ding Lin. Ding Lin was naturally afraid that a mishap would occur, and then she would lose her life here. As for Yang Yi, he was naturally worried that something would happen to Xiao Yushi. After all, he absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. After around 15 minutes passed, Ding Lin withdrew her hands. Yang Yi noticed Ding Lin heave a sigh of relief, and it allowed him to relax a little as well. A while passed, and then Ding Lin and Yang Yi watched with anxiety as Xiao Yushi opened her eyes slowly. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately revealed a smile because her gaze wasn't unfamiliar to him anymore. "You're finally here!" Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke with a calm voice, but tears were seeping out of her eyes. When she was separated from Yang Yi that day, it was when Profounder Continent was on the verge of destruction. So, she'd been constantly worried about Yang Yi once she left and before her memories had been sealed. Now, when she saw that Yang Yi was alive, what she felt was simply indescribable with words. Yang Yi grinned. "You've finally truly remembered me." Xiao Yushi spoke softly. "I never forgot you. Let's go." Yang Yi was about to end Ding Lin's life as he spoke, but Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "You can't kill her." Yang Yi asked. "Why?" Xiao Yushi replied. "As a saint, she has a soul tablet in the sect. If she dies, her soul tablet will definitely shatter. At that time, we'll be exposed." "A soul tablet?" Yang Yi's expression changed. "Shit! We've probably been exposed already." Xiao Yushi asked. "Why?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I killed Lin Yuan. If I'm not wrong, then the Thousand Cranes sect might be looking for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's expression changed once more because he sensed a few strands of divine sense sweeping towards them. Yang Yi continued to use the sword domain to conceal their auras, and it didn't take long for those divine senses to leave them. Yang Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of them suddenly came back, and then stopped at their position. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He knew that they'd been found. Bang! A huge explosion resounded from outside the palace. Xiao Yushi spoke solemnly. "The formation has been activated. Are you going to come out yourself, or should I bring you out myself?" A dignified female voice resounded from outside. "A quasi-emperor." Yang Yi dispersed the sword domain, and then he waved his right hand. 10 Saint Realm sword servants appeared around Xiao Yushi. These Saint Realm sword servants were those 10 saints from the Law faction who'd fought him, and in Nanjing that day. He hadn't destroyed their bodies after killing them that day, and had preserved their corpses. Even though they were only saints, even ordinary high-rank saints were no match for their joint forces. Of course, it was definitely useless before the Thousand Crane sect, because there were at least 2 quasi-emperors out there. However, it was better than nothing. After all, besides quasi-emperors, ordinary high-rank saints wouldn't be able to overcome them with ease. Yang Yi ordered one of the sword servants to restrain Ding Lin, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Yushi shook her head slightly. Yang Yi stretched out his hand, and she immediately took his hand. Yang Yi roared with laughter. Just like that, they walked out of the palace. Thousands of disciples from the Thousand Crane sect were gathered outside the palace. There were over 100 high-rank saints amongst them, and the weakest amongst the rest were half-saints. Xiao Yushi said, "Inner court disciples and the enforcement teams." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then his gaze shot towards the woman in a green dress who led the group. She was only a mid-rank saint, but her aura was even stronger than the other high-rank saints. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi's gaze had descended on her as well, and Xiao Yushi said, "Hua Mujin, one of the most outstanding disciples in the current younger generation of the Thousand Crane sect. She's ranked at the Tun position amongst the younger generation of the sect. She and Mu Lu Feng, who's ranked at the Onst position, have the best chance to ascend the martial rankings throughout Thousand Crane sect." Hua Mujin's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and she asked, "You killed Elder Lin Yuan?" Yang Yi replied. Would you believe me if I said that I didn't? Hua Mujin glanced at Yang Yi, and then her gaze descended onto Ding Lin. Her face instantly turned gloomy when she saw the injuries on Ding Lin's body. In the end, she gazed at Yang Yi again and said, Who are you? Why have you snuck into my Thousand Crane sect and killed an elder of my sect? Yang Yi replied, Xiao Yushi is my wife. I came to the Thousand Crane sect for her. What nonsense! Meanwhile, a voice resounded in the sky. Yushi will be marrying young Master Mo Yutian tomorrow. How could she possibly be your wife? I am his wife. Suddenly, Xiao Yushi stepped forward and said, Both of us are from the lower dimensions, and we were married there. Sect Master Yushi is thankful for the care that the Thousand Crane sect has provided me, but now that I've recovered my memories, I hope that the Thousand Crane sect will allow me and my husband to leave. Thank you. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings when they heard her. Many female disciples exchanged glances as they hadn't expected that Xiao Yushi was already married. After all, she was going to get married to Mo Yuntian tomorrow. If Mo Yuntian found out about it, then it would be equivalent to the Thousand Crane sect slapping Mo Yuntian and the Mo clan on the face. The voice resounded once more. Yushi, do you realize what you're saying? Xiao Yushi spoke in a low voice. Of course, the voice said. Young Master Mo will be coming to take you tomorrow. It's related to the future of my Thousand Crane sect, so nothing can go wrong in this matter. Understand? Xiao Yushi's face fell when she heard this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled. He pulled Xiao Yushi behind him, and then he looked up into the sky. A diamond tank power actually has to rely on giving their disciples a way to have a future. How laughable! Fine, doing that has nothing to do with me. However, your sect actually intends to give my wife to someone else, and then get that so-called future in exchange. Aren't you going a little too far? We're going too far? The voice said. Since she's a disciple of my Thousand Crane sect, then my sect has the authority to make arrangements for her future. Besides that, she has the duty to sacrifice herself for the sect. As a disciple of a sect, one should always prioritize the interests of the sect. Moreover, if she's married to Mo Yuntian, then Mo Yuntian won't treat her unfairly. No matter how bad it is, it would be better than being with a half-saint like you, right? The voice paused for a moment and continued, Yushi, the reason I've wasted my breath on you is because I want you to realize that my Thousand Crane sect doesn't have a choice, and you don't have a choice. If you agree to marry Mo Yuntian, then I can let this fellow live, and I can even allow your memories to stay intact. Otherwise, I'll kill him and erase your memories. Xiao Yushi paid no attention to the owner of the voice, and she just gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'll do as you say. Yang Yi grinned, and then he looked up into the sky. Let us leave. The voice replied. If you have the ability, you can try and leave yourself. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the sky, and the entire sky above Thousand Crane sect was instantly turned blood red. The bloody aura and evil energy within it caused the expressions of the disciples in front of Yang Yi to change drastically. All of them couldn't help but move back quickly, and some of them who'd retreated a little too late were instantly corrupted by the intent to kill with the aura, causing them to become machines of slaughter. A blood-red sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi held Xiao Yushi's hand with his left hand and said, Even an emperor can dream of harming you while I'm here. Let's go. Chapter 1108. A sword of slaughter at the Emperor rank. The voice in the sky carried a trace of solemnness in it. Looks like I underestimated you. However, aren't you being a little too childish if you think that you'll be able to disregard my Thousand Crane sect by relying on a sword? As soon as the voice finished speaking, Hua Mujin suddenly shot towards Yang Yi. Slash! Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then a ray of blood-red sword energy instantly shot out from the blood-red sword in his grasp. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Hua Mujin was blasted almost 3 kilometers back. There was a small blue shield in front of her chest, and it had cracked apart completely. It was a high-grade divine rank shield. Hua Mujin was slightly stunned. She stretched out her hand to touch it lightly, and the small shield instantly transformed into powder. Yang Yi paid no attention to Hua Mujin. He waved his right hand, and the sword servants in the surroundings instantly returned into the ancient sheath. After that, he wrapped his left arm around Xiao Yushi's waist and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the sky. Ding Lin, who had been restrained by Yang Yi's sword servants until now, immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. She sat weakly on the ground and gazed resentfully at Yang Yi's figure. "It'll make living worse than death for." Suddenly, a ray of blood-red sword energy shot down from the sky and instantly entered Ding Lin's head. Her entire body exploded into pieces and blood sprayed in all directions. "How dare you!" The voice in the sky rumbled like thunder, and then a palm tore through space and clawed at Yang Yi. The huge palm was extremely swift, and it instantly caught up to them and intended to claw them into powder. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's clear right eye when he sensed the approaching attack, and he turned around and drew his sword swiftly. A ray of blood-red sword energy instantly swept out and slammed against the huge palm. Bang! The huge palm shook violently before exploding apart in midair. In an instant, a terrifying storm of energy swept towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Yi held Xiao Yushi in his arm as his figure flashed towards the distance. "Don't you dare!" A furious howl resounded from the sky, and then a ray of light flashed down from above. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop because a woman had appeared not too far away from him. She seemed to be only around the age of 20. She wore a white dress, had a beautiful appearance, and she emanated a naturally dignified aura. Xiao Yushi spoke softly. "Thousand Crane Sect's current Vice Sect Master, Qian Wulan. The sect master is in closed-door cultivation, so she's in charge of the sect." Qian Wulan glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "An Emperor-rank sword and Void-rank sword intent. Who are you?" "White Deer Academy." "Yang Yi," replied Yang Yi. It wasn't something he needed to conceal, and he couldn't conceal it either. "White Deer Academy." Qian Wenlin's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're that Yang Yi who defeated the director of the Law faction, Su Fan, and remained undefeated in an intense battle with Feng Qingyi?" As the vice master of a sect, she naturally knew what had appeared in White Deer Academy. So, Yang Yi's name wasn't unfamiliar to her. Or it should be said that it wasn't unfamiliar to any power near White Deer Dimension. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Yi's ability to remain undefeated in battle with Feng Qingyi was sufficient to make diamond-rank powers take him seriously. "Yes." Yang Yi looked Qian Wulan in the eyes, and the slaughter intent he emanated was still surging. "I just want to take Yushi with me right now. What do you think my Thousand Crane Sect is?" Qian Wulan clenched her right fist slowly. "Is this your backyard? You think you can come and go as you please? Yang Yi, I don't care who you are. You snuck into my Thousand Crane Sect, killed an elder of my sect, and took a disciple of my sect as prisoner. Let me tell you that even Xiao Bieli won't be able to save you. Then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword, and a ray of blood-red sword energy instantly arrived in front of Qian Wulan. "You're courting death." A ray of cold light flashed through her eyes, and she swiftly slammed her fist forward. A blue-colored energy fist flashed forward and instantly collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! Both shook violently, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi's sword energy to shatter. But just a moment passed before a ray of sword energy that was enhanced by void-rank slaughter intent and sword intent arrived before the fist and slammed against it. The blue fist was instantly torn apart, and the sword energy didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Qian Wulan. Suddenly, Qian Wulan transformed into a ray of blue light that collided with Yang Yi's blood-red sword energy. The sword energy froze for a moment, and then it was obliterated. At the same time, the ray of blue light arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he immediately pushed Xiao Yushi away. At the same time, the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. He sheathed Heaven's gravestone within the ancient sheath before drawing it swiftly. Oem! A beam of blood-red light shot forward from within the ancient sheath. It was 110 overlapped heavenlands. The beam of blood-red light collided with the blue light, and then a deafening explosion resounded throughout the sky. A monstrous wave of energy instantly suffused the sky. The sound of sword howls and intense collisions resounded incessantly from within the wave of energy, and the entire sky was trembling violently at this moment. Everyone watched this scene with disbelief. They hadn't imagined that Yan Yi could actually fight Qian Wenlan. After all, he was only a half-saint while she was a quasi-emperor. After all, there was a huge gap between their cultivations. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the ray of blue light and red light split apart. Besides that, the waves of energy in the sky had dispersed as well. Qian Wenlan's face was absolutely gloomy right now, and strands of violet aura were surging incessantly from her. She had thought that she could deal with Yang Yi in a few moves, but after fighting him for a while, she noticed that while Yang Yi was in a disadvantaged position, he could fight her. Moreover, she had to be careful because the slightest mistake might cause her to suffer an injury from his sword energy. Two types of sharp and fierce void rank intent were entirely capable of posing a threat to her. Yang Yi held the ancient sheath tightly in his left grasp, and Heaven's gravestone was sheathed in it while his right hand held its hilt. Strands of slaughter intent and evil energy were surging incessantly from him. At the same time, the heart of slaughter within him was thumping rapidly, and the intent to kill and do evil surged out incessantly from him like a torrent. Yan Yi's clothes were gone, and his body had over a dozen injuries on it. Every single injury was a few centimeters deep, and every one of them was bleeding. However, his blood had just left his body when it was instantly absorbed by the blood-red sword sheathed in the ancient sheath. Yan Yi was holding tightly onto the sword's hilt with his right hand, and his entire right arm was tense. Numerous veins had bulged up like tiny snakes on his right arm, and it made him seem quite ferocious. Needless to say, I really underestimated you. Qian Wenlan stared fixedly at him and said, White Deer Academy lost the law of action and Fengqingyi, but it gained you. Their luck really isn't bad. Unfortunately, they shouldn't have let you come to my Thousand Crane sect. Yan Yi's eyes were closed tight, and his body had started to tremble. Let us leave. Let you leave? She laughed coldly. You must die today. Otherwise, wouldn't my Thousand Crane sect become the laughingstock of the world / As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of blue light suddenly surged out from her, and it instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then two rays of blood-red sword energy shot out from his eyes and smashed against the beam of blue light. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it swiftly. Wham! A sword howl resounded as a beam of blood-red sword energy flashed. 120 overlapped heavenlands. It was Yang Yi's present limit. Qian Wenlan's pupils constricted slightly when she saw the sword energy, and there was a solemn expression in her eyes. She swiftly slapped her palms forward, and a blue barrier of light swept out and slammed against the sword energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Qian Wenlan was blasted over 5 kilometers away. Yang Yi didn't pursue her. His figure flashed over to Xiaoyushi, and he took her in his arm before shooting towards the distance. He was very swift, and it only took him an instant to be almost out of the Thousand Crane sect. Suddenly, a ray of white light erupted from outside the sect, and then Yang Yi collided against it. The white light shook violently while Yang Yi was blasted back. It's an offensive formation! Xiaoyushi spoke softly. As soon as Xiaoyushi finished speaking, another pillar of white light appeared out of nowhere and shot towards them. Yan Yi's pupils constricted slightly as he swung the blood-red sword in his right grasp. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward, but it hadn't been able to stop the pillar of white light. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly, and hurriedly pulled Xiaoyushi behind him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as Yang Yi and Xiaoyushi were pushed over 3 kilometers back, and they were within the Thousand Crane sect again. I said that you must die today! As soon as Yang Yi's figure stopped, a voice resounded from afar. Yang Yi turned around and saw that it was Qian Wenlan. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly, and it didn't take long for the slaughter intent to surge back into his body. In next to no time, Yang Yi had returned to normal, but blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of his mouth while his body itself was covered in injuries. Qian Wenlan laughed coldly when she saw him put Heaven's gravestone away. What? You intend to surrender? So you refuse to let me leave, huh? Yang Yi pulled Xiao Yushi behind him, and then started walking towards Qian Wenlan. At the same time, he clenched his right fist slowly, and it didn't take long for the veins throughout his right arm to bulge up as if his arm was about to explode. Meanwhile, the space around Yang Yi actually started to tremble violently while numerous arm-thick cracks swept towards the surroundings with Yang Yi at the center. In an instant, the cracks had spread to over 3 kilometers away. Qian Wenlan's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene. Yang Yi stopped and said, "Take this." Chapter 1109. As soon as he spoke, Yang Yi's figure shot forward, and he slammed his right fist at Qian Wenlan. At this moment, the space before Yang Yi's fist was instantly torn open. However, it didn't start collapsing towards the surroundings because Head converged all his energy on his fist without allowing anything to seep out. So, the space in the surroundings wasn't affected at all. However, Qian Wenlan's pupils had constricted. At this moment, she had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on her face. Under normal circumstances, she should choose to dodge this punch. But she couldn't retreat right now. Because there were numerous disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect watching from the surroundings, and because she was a quasi-emperor. A dignified quasi-emperor didn't even dare to go against a half-saint's punch? If news of that were to spread, then she wouldn't be the only one to lose face. The entire Thousand Cranes sect would lose face as well. Moreover, inner demons would arise within her. So, she had to go head-on against this punch. A wisp of ferocity flashed through her eyes as she pressed her palms together. In an instant, a ray of blue light surged out from her palms. "Thousand Death!" Qian Wenlan's voice resounded, and then a spinning and huge blue palm flashed forward and smashed down towards Yang Yi. As soon as the blue palm had appeared in the air, a monstrous wave of pressure had rained down along with it, and it caused many comparatively weaker disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect to feel suffocated. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! It was like a thunderclap had resounded as the entire sky instantly collapsed. However, it only took an instant for the laws of the Heaven Tao to restore the sky. But in the next moment, the space there started to crack open again. In an instant, the sky was covered in cracks that were thick as beams. A moment of silence ensued, and then the space in the sky exploded apart and collapsed once more. In the blink of an eye, the laws of the Heaven Tao repaired the space there once more. But just like before, it has only just been restored when it instantly cracked apart and collapsed once more. Just like that, space was restored, cracked apart, and collapsed for a total of 4 cycles, and then the space there finally returned to normal. Yang Yi and Qian Wenlan's figures had appeared before the spectators' fields of vision as well. They could clearly see that Yang Yi seemed as if he was made of blood. His bare body had cracked apart completely. Especially his chest, it had cracked open to the point that his bones were visible. Besides that, his face was covered in cracks as well, and it made him see extremely terrifying. As for Yang Yi's right arm, it was in an even worse state. Even though it was still attached to his body, it showed signs of exploding into pieces. His right arm didn't seem like an arm any longer. However, the disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect paid no attention to Yang Yi, and they were looking at Qian Wenlan instead. Based on their outer appearances, Qian Wenlan was clearly in a much better state than Yang Yi, because she looked like she was completely fine. However, the expressions of all the disciples from the Thousand Cranes sect had changed. Because Yang Yi's left hand was wrapped around her throat. Qian Wenlan, a dignified quasi-emperor, had been captured by a half-saint. The minds of every single disciple from the Thousand Cranes sect had gone blank, and they stared blankly at Yan Yi and Qian Wenlin's figures in the sky. The dignified vice-sect master of the Thousand Cranes sect had been captured by a half-saint. Peak control over your energy, 2 types of void rank intent, a sort of slaughter at the emperor rank, the laws of speed, and the laws of darkness. While you're a half-saint, you possess the strength of a quasi-emperor. White Deer Academy lost Feng Qingyi, but gained you, Yang Yi. The heavens really are kind to White Deer Academy. As soon as this voice resounded, a beautiful woman in palace clothes appeared in front of Yang Yi. Sect Master! All the disciples and elders of the Thousand Cranes sect immediately bowed upon seeing her. The sect master of the Thousand Cranes sect, Feng Qingyu. Xiao Yushi spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. She remains in closed-door cultivation all year long. While she's a quasi-emperor, she probably possesses the ability to charge into the emperor realm. Her strength is unfathomable, and we're no match for her. As she spoke, Xiao Yushi stretched out her hand with the intention of touching Yang Yi, but her hand shrunk back when she was about to touch Yang Yi's cracked body. After that, 2 streams of tears flowed slowly from her eyes. Let her go! Feng Qingyu gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. While her voice was calm, it carried an indisputable and dignified tone. Are you joking? Yang Yi laughed coldly. Let me and Yushi leave, and she can live as well. Feng Qingyu replied. What if I refuse? Yang Yi squeezed down with his left hand, and then Qian Wenlin's eyes instantly opened wide. Yang Yi laughed ferociously. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill her? Do you want to try me? If you dare to kill her, then ill. Feng Qingyu intended to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. See my sword? It's a sword of slaughter that had once drank the blood of an emperor. Sense my slaughter intent? It's void rank slaughter intent that I comprehended from slaughtering countless people. Don't threaten me, because there's nothing in this world that I, Yang Yi, dare not do, Feng Qingyu said. I'll immediately declare war against White Deer Academy if you kill her. Feng Qingyu would have never dared to speak such words before this. Yet now, White Deer Academy had split apart, and its strength had fallen to its lowest in history. It could be said that White Deer Academy was no match for the Thousand Cranes sect right now. So, that was why she dared to threaten Yang Yi with White Deer Academy. War? A fierce smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he issued a command in his heart. An intense sword flashed, and then Qian Wenlin's right arm flew into the air. If you want war, then you can have it. Even if my White Deer Academy loses, well, cripple your Thousand Crane sect. Feng Qingyu's face instantly turned gloomy when she witnessed this scene. She was about to attack, but Yang Yi continued. If you dare to move, then I'll make your Thousand Crane sect lose a quasi-emperor. If you dare to move, then I'll dare to kill. The life of a half-saint for the life of a quasi-emperor. I think it's really worth it. What do you think? Was it worth it? Of course not. Yang Yi knew that, and Feng Qingyu knew it as well. So, she still hadn't acted against him until now. A quasi-emperor was the apex of strength in a diamond-rank power. If the Thousand Crane sect lost a quasi-emperor, then it would lose a huge amount of its status in the central divine prefecture. Feng Qingyu gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she said, Let her go and both of you can leave. Do I look like a 3-year-old? Yang Yi continued, I'll naturally release her once we're safe. Don't push your luck. Feng Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with killing intent. And don't test my patience. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Yang Yi replied, Don't threaten me because it's useless. You only have 2 choices right now. The one is to let me leave, and I'll release her after that. I presume that so long as I reach White Deer Academy, then even if I wanted to kill her, White Deer Academy wouldn't allow it. The 2 end choice is to attack me right now. I'll kill her, and you'll kill me. Feng Qingyu said. I'll repeat myself once last time. Let her go and leave. Don't test my patience. Bang! A pillar of blood suddenly shot out from Yang Yi, and it shot into the sky. In an instant, the sky was turned blood red, and Yan Yes's body instantly turned blood red as well. At the same time, his eyes gradually turned blood red as well. Yan Yi gazed at Feng Qingyu with a ferocious expression on his face. Don't test my patience as well. Once I lose my patience, then we won't have to discuss anything. As he spoke, he pressed Heaven's gravestone against the center of Qian Wenlin's forehead. Yan Yes's ferocious voice resounded. I'll just ask you one question. Are you going to let us leave or not? If you refuse, then I'll kill her right now, and then we can fight with our lives on the line. Feng Qingyu's face was gloomy to the extreme. After all, it was the one time in her life that she had been threatened by a half-saint like this. I'll count to 3. I'll kill her if you still refuse to let us go. I keep my word. Yan Yi looked Feng Qingyu in the eyes and counted. 1. Feng Qingyu looked him in the eye as well, and she remained silent. Yan Yes's eyes narrowed slightly. 2. She still didn't speak. 3. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, his blood-red sword instantly started to spin. Suddenly, Feng Qingyu spoke. Both of you can leave. As soon as she spoke, Yan Yes's sword stopped moving. At this moment, it had stabbed half an inch into her skull, and even an emperor wouldn't be able to save her if it went just a little deeper. Don't try me again. Besides people on my own side, there isn't a single person I dare not kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took Qian Wenlan and Xiao Yushi as he shot towards the distance. We need to use the teleportation formation in Thousand Crane City to get to Sky Capital City, but we'll need Thousand Crane City's permission. Every power has their own teleportation formations, but they are usually one-way teleportation formations. If others want to teleport directly to Thousand Crane City from the outside world, then it requires the Thousand Crane Sect's approval. Now, we need the Thousand Crane Sect's approval to teleport out of Thousand Crane Dimension as well. Xiao Yushi spoke softly. Would they dare to refuse? Yan Yi laughed coldly, and he traveled to the teleportation formation under Xiao Yushi's guidance. Yang Yi said, Yushi, you leave first. Xiao Yushi replied, Well, go together. Yang Yi shook his head. You'll only be able to leave while I'm here. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. After all, the Thousand Crane Sect was definitely able to play tricks while they used the Thousand Crane Sect's teleportation formation in the city. Because the strength of a quasi-emperor was unlike the strength of a saint. Such experts could tear through space and capture others with absolute ease. Xiao Yushi gazed at Yan Yi for a short while, and then she said, Don't make me be alone again. Yan Yi's heart hurt. He took a deep breath and smiled. Don't worry. Even such a situation on Profounder Continent couldn't kill me, let alone a quasi-emperor? Just go first, I'll be right behind you. Xiao Yushi nodded slightly, and then she stopped hesitating and flashed onto the teleportation formation. In next to no time, a ray of blue light enveloped her. However, the blue light suddenly vanished at this moment. After that, a furious voice resounded. You dare to steal a woman who belongs to me, Mo Yuntian? Who the fuck gave you the gall to do that? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.